That was later than I thought it would be. Okay. Ah. Wonder if there's a way to count down to a stream. There we go. Okay. Techno Dewdrop never really told me what their Instagram was. Yay, yay. Hey, you recording, buddy? It is indeed recording. It's right in the camera view as well. Voish. Okay. My throat just did the thing where it just decided to develop a veil of slime and completely change my voice, which happens on occasion. So, hello everybody, it's Miranda. I'm a bit befuddled at the moment because there's just a bunch of stuff that happened way too soon right before this stream, but I'll be okay. Today we are it's ArtBlock Friday. That's about what it is. I am like completely off my game right now. Today I'm starting with a demo of this particular piece. It's for Techno Dewdrop. Techno Dewdrop is one of the people on the server right now, and I'm gonna put their name up here just so we know who it's by. Oh, that's a funky coloration. I'm gonna put it in a difficult to unsee color because we're gonna have a red background. And of course I didn't change that to the color. Hey, buddy. Buddy. Thank you, buddy. Okay, and let's change it to a funky font, and I'm gonna put that right up in the corner, and hoping my face won't cover it, just so we know who it's by, because this is definitely not my line art, and I don't want to claim line art, because it's not what you do when you're helping somebody. So I'm going to lock that, so we don't draw on it, and I'm going to wait for everybody to jump around. Hello, Pony Draw. How are you doing? Here, I need to jump into my server. Okay. Jump into my server, and let's go to ArtBlock Friday. Everybody's traveling everywhere. Okay, it's live! Can someone please drop the link and ping... Pink? There we go. There's some people who it's like really early in the morning or really late at night for them, and we just want to make sure they're joining in. In the meantime... Well, actually, no. How about we not do meantime? I'm waiting for other people to join as well. Burp! Techno Dewdrop. Techno Dewdrop. This is the person who I'm actually helping, so kind of want to make sure they're watching since this is me helping teach them. Kind of important, but it's cool. Oh, Pony Draw is... Oh! Well, okay. Pony Draw 93 is OW 92. Gotcha. So, what I'm gonna do, and what I do every time we... Hi, person! Every time we have an ArtBlock Friday, I kind of show off the drawings from last week, which is what I want to do right now. So last week, we did autumn. That was our prompt. So I want to go through what everybody else drew. I think I'm starting the right way. Yeah, okay. So my sister dropped in, since she was staying over, and she made this, and it's mildly unsettling, but I absolutely love it. Let me move this over so you guys can actually see it. And she wrote, "This is it. This is what you get." I don't know what she was trying to do there, but yeah, she picked up on the art stuff really quickly. She's a good artist. She did this in Procreate in like an hour and a half or something, and I love the painterly style, and I don't understand why the sun has a massive face, but it's still a pretty nice piece of art. We have Pepper, and Pepper made what looks like some sort of bird character. in these clouds, and then they use the cloud brush in Procreate to put in the background. Now, I really actually like the triad of colors here. This light purple with yellows and blue actually works together quite well. Of course, they were doing self-deprecating. This is very old art. I don't care if it's old art. You did something, and it's very nice. You were able to post something. So that's great. That's what ArtBlock Friday is about. We just get together and we draw. That's the entire point of it. Ink, who is Diva the Eva or is it Diva the Eva? Yeah, Diva the Eva in chat right now. She did this, and it's very wild, and I love the colors. Oh god, I love the colors in here. This sickly yellow-green goes so well with the darker greens and the oranges. It works very well together, and it's quite creepy and very Halloween-y, and I really, really like it. This is her character, Ursula, from this story OC webtoon thing she has going, and I'm just like, crap, what she got yourself into this time, mate? Okay, I'm gonna jump down a bit. Manira made something that wasn't based on the actual prompt. It's actually one of my characters, and I was like, oh my god, when she drew him. This is Rintintai. This is his human form. Normally he's a magi, and don't worry if you don't know what a magi is. They're tall and they don't have mouths and they're aliens. But she drew him in his human form, and I was just like, oh my god. Very good drawing. She got the purple magic that he has perfectly, and wow. Yeah, that was good. This is the finished version of what I started last week. I did some adjustments. I usually don't do that cartoony of a style, but I wanted to go for something a bit rougher, looser, kind of Calvin and Hobbes. And yeah, it was just really fun doing this. It's now my background because it's a fun, cute little picture, and I enjoy it. Elle did a watercolor picture, and I love the rendering on the rocks. I love the colors. The grass looks great. Watercolor's hard, for those of you who haven't tried. Rendering details in watercolor, not easy. So this is a lovely piece, especially if it's done on normal paper. Holy crap. I don't know how they managed to do it without it wrinkling all over the place, but it looks nice. Do we have any other pictures? Those were all the pictures that we had for this week. There are some people that are... This week is apple cider, so I had to explain to Manira what apple cider is, because she's not from America. She's in a place where they don't really have regular apple cider. So we had to kind of explain what apple cider is. And there are some pictures in here already, but I do not want to reveal what art has already been posted, so we are going to start. I'm gonna zip all the way down if I can. You saw some of it here. You got booted just as you started looking at your piece. Oh no! Okay, so we have Techno Dewdrop in chat, so we can start. Let's shrink this down. So this is the line art that Techno did, and it's beautiful. It's a really great piece of line art. Good line control, good details, good expression. The anatomy is great. So this is a nice piece. I don't want to go and just start critiquing. I have like this habit of jumping in critiquing immediately. We have good symmetry going on here. And so the plan is to have a red light beaming in from the left. I guess we're going for kind of toned background. The character is a character that takes over humans. It's a demon. So gray skin, green shirt. Let's see what we can do with this. Kind of a cartoon realism style, which is sometimes what I render in, so I'm hoping I'll be able to help. And the challenge here is that it's actually, in a way, easier to draw flesh tones than it is to render in straight up gray. You see, flesh has a certain translucency, and when light passes through it, it has this particular... I don't know how to explain it, but it has a reddish glow to it. This guy has gray skin, so what are we going to do with that glow? I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm trying to do a very specific, easy to go by numbers rendering style here for digital coloring. There are a bunch of different ways you can color digitally. Sometimes I do everything on one layer. It's actually one of my favorite ways to render because it's very loose. Then you can color over things, you can color under things, you can blur things together with your brush. Today we're just going over an extremely, I don't say robotic, but it really is kind of robotic way to render. Oh, hello Calico, how are you doing? We got a bunch of people in here that I haven't seen before. Hi. Asheria, is it Asheria? That's a really pretty name. And yeah, we have Techno, Asheria, we have Orange, and Diva. It's actually a really nice collection of people. Okay, so I'm gonna get started. What I like doing first is actually it's the background layer, and I don't like doing straight up background layers. I'm going to first, okay, there's so many different steps we could be taking here, so I'm gonna go just by the basics right now. This is basically an art lesson, so let's do it! I haven't done an art lesson in a very long time. Let's make sure my Wacom tablet is working, because right before this happened, Windows decided to update. Because, haha, Windows. Okay, what brush mode am I in? So, I'm going to make a few lights, and I kind of want to have a cold red instead of a warm red light, and we'll talk about why in a moment. So, we're going to have a cold red light, and I want it to be a rim light, which means you only see it along the edges of the character's features. So we're going to have, I'm going to draw a little light coming this way, and I'm just going to kind of remind myself where it's going to be hitting on, somewhere over here. Now, usually I don't go in this amount, usually I do this all in my head, but for demonstration purposes I want to show you guys. And we're going to need a secondary light source, because if it's just a red light coming through this way, and if we have a kind of green-gray toned background, then all we're going to see is a silhouette right over here against a lighter background. Now, that is something you can do, but I do want some of the facial detail to show. So our secondary color is going to be kind of greenish, a very kind of gray-green light source. I'm going to make it a cold gray-green. And again, I'll tell you why we're doing cold colors in a moment. So somewhere more in here. Now, if you look at these colors, these are almost direct complementaries. That's one reason why I wanted to do this. Technically, I don't really have a straight up color wheel right now, but you can kind of just memorize complementaries. And this light source, this one's coming this way. I kind of want to make this one not straight on, but almost as if the cone is coming that way and shining on him like that. Kind of like that. So those are our two main light sources. We can add a little bit other ones. I don't want to make him sitting in direct blackness either. Here, I'm gonna rename this to teaching. This will be our teaching layer. And this will be our background layer. Okay. So I don't like using directly gray backgrounds. Color is a great tool to pull things forward, push them backward, drive a focal point. You really want to have at least a tiny bit of color in the picture. You can use grays to a great advantage, but at the moment we're teaching more digital coloring and I don't want to go into abstractions. So let's do some digital coloring. I want to use a medium tone background, something like this, that kind of cold greenish color. Kind of green blue in a way. Yeah, like that. Kind of greenish blue. That's like a slate green blue. We're going to start with that, and I'm going to fill the layer. And now, I'm going to start giving it a bit of texture. And this is, giving your background texture, I feel like, is an important thing to do. It just makes it more visually interesting. Again, you can do a stark, no texture at all background, but again, that's for a certain use. Me personally, it's also a stylistic thing, frankly. I personally like giving my backgrounds a little bit of texture, even if it's just a character drawing. I just need to find out what would be a good texture to use, because I have a lot of them. What is this? Offenbacher pencil. I can't pronounce that at all. Well, I'm not in the right color. And I'm going to tone this area down a little bit darker over here. Almost give it a blurred feeling. Because here's the thing, his hand is reaching towards you like this, so that's going to be a little bit blurry, and his face is going to be in sharp, definition, very high definition, sharpness. Focus, in very high focus, and then we should make the background blurry as well. And this is good because I've pushed this brush so large that it is feeling a little bit blurry. And let's toss in some other colors besides everything in this value scale. Value scale, tint. I need to get used to my old naming. There's like conventions, the way to name things. So tint has to do with opacity, I believe. It's like, where is it? This is tint. No. This is tint. Tint is how much white you add to something. Shade is how much black you add to something. Opacity is how thick the color is, like watered down. Value has to do with what color it actually is. I'm remembering something. Sometimes people will be like, what are you even talking about? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention in art school, surprisingly. We had 1 year to learn colors and that was about it. blue. Calico and blue. Okay. Actually do want to make this decently dark, so I'm going to start adding deeper shades in here. Again, Techno Dewdrop didn't really know what they wanted in the background. They just said straight gray. So I am taking their suggestion and I am not doing it to what they asked for. Because I'm an idiot and that's how I work sometimes. Okay, so I'm gonna make this a bit more in the green spectrum. Actually, I do not want to make it this light, and I just remembered why. I don't want to make it this light because we want the highlight to stand out most. So I'm actually going to take this entire layer and I am going to darken it. Brightness. And darken it a little bit, just like that. And we can lighten it, we can play with it later, but right now I want a color that the face will sit on very nicely. Something that it'll be easy to see certain tones on. The second thing I'm going to do, so we have our background layer, and I think the layers are very important. If you've never really worked with digital art before, the great thing about layers is that if you put something down, you can just switch a layer and put it behind it. So layer structure is very important. If you look at any of my other drawings that aren't done on YouTube, I do not name my layers, and it's horrible to try to figure out what's what, but for this video, I'm going to name layers. So we have the background layer, let's lock it, and now we're going to have the base layer. Base colors. Now, some people go nuts with layers. They'll do one for skin, one for hair, one for eye color, one for earring color, one for hair color, and they'll literally have like 10 different layers for their colors. I typically just do everything on one layer unless there's like armor or something. So we're gonna work with one layer right now, but Dewdrop, if you want, you can do a bunch of different layers to have ultimate control over all of your pieces. Okay, so Techno Dewdrop did give me... What is that and why is it in my chat? Calico, explain yourself. By the way, Calico's 13 and they did this. Calico's extremely talented and they don't realize how talented they are at their age. I'm looking at you, Calico, even though I don't know who you are or what you look like. I'm looking at you. Okay, so I'm going to jump over to the conversation because, yeah, here we go. They gave me this color palette. I'm going to use it as a reference, and we're going to start. Here's the thing. I'm going to start using Techno's colors that they gave me. But I'm going to tone them to look a little bit different because of the lighting situation we have here. These colors that they dropped to me, this is under daylight. This is if you had no lighting whatsoever and everything was just, it's pure color form under daylight, no, you know, pure white light but not too bright. These are the colors that they gave me. Obviously, this is not a situation that has pure daylight, and when you do coloring, especially flesh tones, you have to take that into consideration. So we're going to start off with these colors, and I'm going to eyeball it because I'm too lazy to drag a picture from one screen to the other, but I'm going to eyeball the colors, and we're going to just paint in the base colors. I am going to put the hand on a separate layer, though, because the hand will need to be blurred, since it's coming at you in perspective, and we talked about that before. Okay, I'm gonna lock you so I don't accidentally paint on you. And we're just gonna start with this. Just the head. Actually, I should probably do the hand first since it's in front and it'll be easier. Also, since the hand is in front of us and it's basically, we're trying to go for an effect where it's pressed into glass and it's smearing blood, we want that to be a darker tone because light can't really reflect onto the hand if it's coming from this direction. So the hand will actually be darker and add more contrast to the piece in general, making its entire composition a lot more interesting. So I'm going to take that gray that they gave me and then I'm going to darken it. I'm going to throw the original tone that was provided into the trash. So let me get just a good coloring brush. I honestly added a bunch of brushes recently and I have no idea what any of these do. So I need to find something that I used to paint with on a regular basis. This'll work. Okay. So, it was based on the skin tone. It's right about there. Okay. Yeah, that's about right. So we'll start off with this, and then we'll basically ignore it. You can also outline it and then just fill it, but I really like having more control over what I do. I like how I say that, and then I automatically start drawing out of the lines. Old habits reign supreme. There we go. And get a nice big one right over here so I don't waste time using a teeny brush. Now we can shrink down a bit. I don't know if you can hear the dog in the background, but its name is Chubbs and it barks at literally everything. Not my dog, my neighbor's dog. Old woman, she sits Chubbs out. He's like a teeny dog. He's like a cross between a beagle and a terrier. He just sits out on the porch, barking at everything and anything at any time of day. Because she leaves him out sometimes pretty late into the night. It can be a leaf blowing by his porch, because he's on a gated, elevated porch and he has nowhere else to run. This woman will have this dog sitting out on this porch all times of the day. Every time I start my car and drive down, because we're on a really steep hill, drive down past the house, it's just like that. I can get the Doppler effect as I pass him. And I have had times where I'm trying to stream and he starts going off and it's too hot in my room, so I have to keep the window open. And he will just go off, barking like a mad dog, and I'll be sitting there like, I'm trying to stream. It's fun. He's such a sweetie pie when you actually go up to pet him, but like as soon as you get more than 2 feet away from him, he'll regard you as a threat again and start barking at you or looking like he's about to get shot. He's an interesting dog. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the hand like this at the moment. Should I make it tidier? I like how I say, should I make it tidier, and I immediately draw over the lines. The Photoshop does have something called like a reference layer or fill layer, whatever, I don't know what it's called, but you can technically just fill in line art, but whenever I do it, it gets grainy on the edges, especially if your line art isn't perfectly clean, so I never really use it. I like doing things the difficult way. I'm a masochist like that. Okay, so we have the hand base right over here, and I'm not going to darken it until I decide how dark the character's skin tone will be. So I'm going to lock this layer and jump down to this layer. For this one, do the same exact thing again, and then we're going to alpha lock it so that I can just color in the hair as a different tone. It'll be a lot easier. I should probably get rid of the teaching layer because I can't see what I'm drawing on. Okay. I'm going to draw in the shirt as well in the tone, just a regular green tone. I kind of want to make it a washed out green tone because if we have too vibrant of a green, it's going to take away from everything else we plan on doing later. Because typically the most saturated thing, there are multiple different ways to drive a focal point. You can do it through having very highly saturated colors. You can do it through texture, the area with most texture or contrasting texture, sometimes texture that doesn't even look good next to itself. But you can still use that to drive the focal point and people's attention. There is such a thing as making bad pieces or visually incoherent, unnerving pieces in a picture as a statement piece. Sometimes I do it, but not too often because I like making things pretty, and I've never really been into statement art. How else do you drive a focal point? Contrast. Highest point of contrast usually is what draws the eye. Obviously black and white next to each other will be the most high point of contrast, but you can also do something called vibrating boundaries, which are two colors that sit next to each other that just don't feel right. Usually it's like orange and magenta. Certain yellow, greens, and purples next to each other are awful. A really bright carmine red next to a deep blue. Let's see if I can find vibrating boundaries. Okay. Nope. Come back! Okay. There we go. There we go. Here's some vibrating boundaries. So imagine putting this, yeah, you see how the edges seem black? That's because these colors just don't like each other whatsoever. Yeah, this is painful to look at, but if you use these two colors together in a piece of art, you can actually drive everybody's focal point over there just because it's uncomfortable to look at. but you can also do it in a nice way. There's actually a piece on our server that Orange Watermelon helped with. Let's see if I can find it. It shows another way to drive a focal point. Where is... There's our art. This is our art area. This is where people get help. Okay. See right over here? This teal with this bright orange. These two are complementaries, almost basically complementaries. So your eyes bounce right here to the focal point immediately. So that's a very, very, very good example of how you can use complementaries to drive a focal point. And that's also a very high point of contrast. And look how sharp these edges here are versus the ones back here. So this is a very good example piece for driving focal point. Let me pop this down here. Okay. Miranda, look at the meme in ArtBlock Friday. Oh no. What did you guys post? Where's ArtBlock Friday? Where is it? Where did I put that? Art channels. Challenges. When you give Miranda base colors to reference? To reference? What? Oh, when you give Miranda base colors to reference. Whoa, it's worthless. Thanks. I like that. I like that. It's not garbage. It's just like pasta, and then you add a bunch of stuff onto pasta to make it better. Normal pasta's great, but you have to like give it butter and stuff to make it tasty. I don't know. I've never had somebody live action make a meme of me before. Thank you. Oh my god. Next thing I know, there's gonna be a Reddit channel for... God, because I remember when Unus Annus happened, they eventually had an Unus Annus Reddit pop up, like, really fast, and there would be memes about people in there, and I'll be like, if that happened for me, I would die. In both a good way and a bad way. I'll be like, wow, people actually pay attention to me. Holy crap. Okay, so this is good enough, I think. Let's jump over to that green. It's gonna be very close to the screen. That's not green, that's like a turquoise. Let's push it back down into here. Tone it in right about there. I want it to be slightly darker than the skin, but not too dark. I think that's a good base. Let's throw it a little bit more gray. Whoosh. Okay, and I forget what Techno Dewdrop said the hair color was. Black? I think it's supposed to be black. Techno, is the hair black? I think I remember it being black. I think I will do some different base colors for the hair just to make it easier to shade later. There, skin, eyes, and other base. So basically, no, not skin, hair. Hair, eyes, and other base. So we're basically going to be putting everything that's not the skin in that layer for base colors. Like Techno was like, blah! That's what they commented. Wait, Calico said our Miranda doesn't give a fuck about your base colors. Oh my god. Ah! Okay. Should I do it this way? Yeah, we're gonna do it this way. Okay. I'm gonna make this a clipping mask, a clipping layer, so that I don't have to paint in these lines again. Also, when you're coloring something in black, never make it actually black as the base color. Make it more kind of a dark gray, because if you make it straight up black, you're not going to be able to like shade it because it'd already be completely black. So make it a gray. I'm going to give it a bit of that tone. We're going to drop it right about there. That means we can shade it later. Another problem is we're going to be dropping it even lower. So I'm going to make it right about there because we're going to be darkening the character a lot. So right about in there with the green tone. I'm giving it a green tone specifically because the background is green toned. I don't know. It makes sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to you. And this is one of the situations where I'm going to be lazy. And I'm gonna do it by hand. That made no sense. Okay, I can sneak up in here. I love using the selection tool because it lets you be especially lazy for certain base things. There, I'm gonna start with that. I'm gonna press Shift, and I'm going to get everything else done at once. Photoshop things. I guess we could put his eyebrows on this layer as well. Oh, that's hair as well. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, we can probably drop it down a little bit lower. Sometimes it's hard to see what the color is in the tiny box up top. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to see exactly what that tiny box color is, especially when it's right next to white. It would be easier, honestly, if it was next to its original color. I think, what program does that? Procreate does that. It's very useful. Okay, so I'm going to keep it like that for now. I'm going to color in the eyebrows, but I'm not going to use that brush. Is something biting my shoulder? It felt like something was biting my shoulder for a moment. But his eyes are also supposed to be black. You can see though there's a lot of line art over here on top of this. Techno, one thing I would say, if you plan on digitally painting, don't use the line art to color in your dark parts. Because now if we put the black behind them, you still have your slightly blue-toned line art over top of it, and we're going to basically have to erase some of the line art and paint over or paint under. Yeah, so if you're doing line art with the intention of coloring, if it's going to be coloring using this multi-layer technique, just make sure to keep those, just keep the outline of the pupil, keep the outline of the iris, and even the outline of the eyelashes. So what am I going to do about that? I might make a separate layer way on top. Okay, that's good. Lips. Lips make me uncomfy. Okay, I'm going to give it a slightly darker, more saturated color, but I'm honestly not going to do too much of an adjustment to the lip color. I'm going to use the same eye color as the teeth. Techno, what color is his tongue? Okay, I need more. Gimme my brushes back. I need to see these things. What should I use? Scaly wet vine, that works. I'm going to arch it upwards. And there's a scar here. Maybe we can make it lighter, maybe we can make it darker. There's a lot of different options for that. Desaturated pink? Okay, cool. Why isn't it erasing enough? Are you being bungus to me? Okay, that's better. I'm actually going to draw straight through this, and then I'm going to erase over it. A little bit easier way to get the lines correct on both sides. Drawing through a figure then erasing instead of trying to draw a line then connect the other line on the other side. Learned the hard way on that many times. Okay. So Tonga is desaturated pink. I'm gonna jump here. Nah, we need it more in this tone. I'm gonna, yeah, kind of there. Is that too dark? I'm almost tempted to stick out my own tongue and try finding its color. Let's put it right about there. And what else? Oh yeah, eye color. Our eyes under normal circumstances, have a slightly pinkish tone to them. It's like a very pink, yellow, white. I can't really describe it. In this situation, since this character is demonized, I'm actually going to drop that on the base layer, base body color, just so we don't have to deal with coloring around the iris we just made, because that would be a pain in the butt. So you can actually drop things on multiple different layers and not make it obnoxious. When I was younger, I had like 70 layers or something. Okay, not 70, but like 20, 30 layers in one single drawing sometimes. These days, I usually max out about 10, if that. Are these gauges, are they supposed to be colored in? I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. So his base colors are pretty good at the moment. What do you want? Okay, I'm going to add in some detail strands. I should be using something that has a sharper tip so it tapers. But I don't know, I honestly don't know my brush set well enough to do that right now. Okay, they are gauges. E. Okay, I'm gonna add just a few other hairs here and there. We can also do it afterwards. Okay, they are gauges, which means that we want to pop over here and take our eraser tool and go, hey yoop. I mean, technically, actually, gauges are thick-ish, so we only need to erase right over there and right over there if we're working with the current perspective. And then we can darken those later. Okay. Oh, wait, teeth. I forgot the teeth. The teeths! And now the teeth will be on the layer of the hair. Just so... What is it? My computer doesn't like me right now. Just so we can paint on a different layer. Okay. So we have our base colors in. I'm going to attack the hand first and darken it. We don't technically need to... Okay, so these are our base colors. We're at the base color stage. We got everything filled in. I'm going to... Who? What? When? Where? How? Ah! Phone. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do this. Instead of destroying the base color, we're just going to use... I'm trying to figure out the easiest way to do this, to teach it, because we could drop a multiply layer on it. Multiply darkens things. There are multiple different ways to darken a base color. We could drop a multiply on it. We could do a multiply over the entire picture. Or we could just duplicate the original layer so we don't lose it and drop that. I think I'm actually just going to darken the base color as is, because you can always darken then lighten again. It's Control Z is for. So first I'm going to darken the regular ones, and then we're going to darken the other ones. So if the background is this dark, your character is not going to be this light. It's unless they have some sort of emission to them. Sorry, 3D term. Glow, unless they're glowing. So I am going to go to Hue and Saturation, because I personally like that a little bit better. And we're going to drop this, yeah, right about there should be good. I like how his teeth are on a different layer, so they're just really bright. So we're gonna drop it right about in there. Let's do the hair and eyes next. And we can, I'm gonna use the shading to darken it even further. I just used the wrong one. Image, adjustments, hue saturation, there we go. I'm darkening it so that the eyes and the teeth match. It's kind of what I'm going for. And now we're going to go to hand base, and we're going to drop the hand base even further. Yes, Techno, this is Photoshop. I'm trying not to use functions that you won't find in other programs, because Photoshop does have a bunch of functions that are really good. Well, here's the thing. It could be lighter, as if he's pressing up against... Okay, wait, Techno. Is he pressing up against glass you can see through, or is the light coming from behind him? Because I should have asked more questions. I'm going to keep it like right about there. I don't want to drop it super duper dark like that. I think we'll keep it just slightly darker than that tone. I'm thinking like he's outside, you're hiding in a store or something, you've turned the lights off, he's gone like that. It's kind of what I'm imagining right now. So I'm going to keep it slightly darker. And now we have to start thinking about our lighting sources. And we have to think about the shape of the face itself. I'm going to quickly, on the teaching tab, outline things. If there's one thing I don't like about Photoshop, it's that there's no shortcut key on the keyboard to flip the canvas. That's why you program keys. Is there? I know that I've programmed certain things in here. Where's transform? Oh, it's because it's locked. Okay. Edit. Transform. Yeah, it looks like you have to do this directly. There's no way to do it just directly. I remember there being a way to program keys in Photoshop to do things that you wanted them to. But that might have been older Photoshop, because I used to have CC Pro 2015, and this is Photoshop CC something. What are you? What are you? It's not telling me what version it is. It's 2020 or 2021 or something like that. Okay, so I'm going to jump in here and do a few magic tricks. I'm going to, actually, never mind. This is obnoxious. We're going to make it disappear, lock this, make a new layer, and I'm going to choose yet another obnoxious color. I just want to pay attention to how this character's face is curving, because that's going to help us a lot with lighting, and also the focal points. So let's use this. Techno, when you draw, do you draw from the inside out or the outside in? And by that, I mean, do you see the shape of the art? I don't know how to describe this. Let's go in a bit. I just want to draw some lines over his face so we understand what his facial shape is. You'll see why this is important in a hot second. So I'm generally getting the center line here. And his tongue. Joink. And over his chin. Okay. So we've split him in half right now.
Techno, I need you to reply. It would be useful if you replied. Huh?
And I'm going to, it seems, okay, where's our perspective point? It looks like you're looking at him directly in perspective, which means the center of his face, center perspective is going to be right over here. So I'm going to, yeah, his eyes seem to be right on center. So I'm going to gently curve that over. It's going to come over on top of his nose, maybe a bit. Go down. Nah, that's not how that works in that side of the face. This is basically the midpoint right over here, so it's not going to have many curves. You're like, I don't know, I'm sorry. Okay, that's the center line. This area of the face is going to be curving downwards like that. Downwards like that. A little side smirk here. You can make that go over his lip. I'm just basically trying to find the facial shape of your character, because for anybody who doesn't think in 3D, it might help a little bit. I'm trying to think of my own facial shape and how this will connect. This is going to be rising upwards. It's actually difficult because if you looked at it from any other perspective, it wouldn't be quite like this. Okay. And you have that coming downwards. It's going to bump over his chin. That coming downwards, bump over his chin a little bit. You just really want to find, especially where the rim lights are hitting, you want to find the edges of his face. That'll come over, that'll come over, that'll come over. That goes down and then it pops up. That goes down and pops up because he has a little bit of a smirk going here. And then at this point, you're definitely looking downwards in perspective at his neck. So it's going to curve around like that, around the Adam's apple, back, curve, bump, not so much in there to disturb that line. It's actually going to dip like that and then go around. I'm basically just trying to find the lines of his body. It's going to curve over his shoulders. I noticed this area that you have in the line art is very flat, so I'm trying to give a little bit of motion to that. it's dipping in there, coming up, it's going to jump over the collarbone again, and then round out. So we're just putting in some lines that help define his shape, because sometimes it can be a bit flat. Now this is all stuff that pops in my head whenever I draw, but again, I really want people to be able to get a tool to define their character's anatomy by themselves. Okay. And now perspective will be bulging out from side to side. So we're going to go down. This dips inwards. It's going to come out for the eyeball. Go like that. A little bit of an eye bag. Here it's going to go like this, then straight down, and then it's going to curve sharply. And over here, it curves this way, comes out. Goes here, curves inwards, out, eyeball, little bit of a lip, bulges, cheek, can make it follow the sides of his mouth, and then it's gonna curve in sharply. It'll follow down. So yeah, now we have a shape. And what about his eyebrows, his aggressive eyebrows? Okay, coming like this, probably some wrinkles in here. It's gonna bulge out, go that way. Okay, so we have gridded his face. Now we know what shape it holds in 3D, despite the fact that we haven't shaded anything. Now this is, I don't want to call it an advanced technique. It's really just a tool I like funking with because, I don't know, it makes sense to some people. It also helps split up the face into planes, which can be very useful if you're having difficulty shading something. Yeah, that would curve that way. So I guess we're having some extra pieces right here and here. Okay, so we've done the facial split. It's like art yoga. And we generally know what shape he's holding. We've turned something two-dimensional, three-dimensional. This means you can start, I want to start with highlights actually, or should I start with lowlights? Let's look at what we were using for lighting. So one light's coming directly from the left, one's coming kind of from the front, and maybe we should have a third light. I kind of want a third light in here, maybe a bit bluish. Come here, buddy. Okay, let's lock that. Brush. I want to tone this down a teeny bit. It's just a typical background light, really. So we're going to take this one here. And I'd love to say that I think of these things as I do them. Well, like, not as I do it. I don't have a... Usually when I make a piece of art, it's not pre-planned. You kind of just think through it and adjust things as you go. Sometimes the initial concept I have is nowhere near what the end result looks like. So let's just darken this light a teeny bit. Somewhere more in there. I want to play to the grayness of his face. Okay. And now we're just going to have our third light, a rim light, a true rim light. This is like a side light more than a rim light. A true rim light coming over from the rear. And I want it to be cold, I want it to be creepy. Kind of in that vein. A cold gray blue, and let's just make sure to draw our little lamp shape. It's too thick. 10 C's. Okay. Our little lamp shape coming like that. It's pointing backwards in perspective, and it's going to be shining like that. That one's behind him. So this one front, this one rear, this one side. FRS, it's a scion! Okay, I need to crack my back. Okay, so we have the basics. We know that the hand is dark, we got the facial shape, we know where we're going to be, hopefully we know where we're going to be shading. I'm going to erase this so it's not in our way and everything looks a lot cleaner. Now, you can do this two ways. A lot of people start with shading first and then they move to highlights. Sometimes, though, it can be easier to do highlights first and then do the shading. Sometimes, especially when there's multiple light sources like this, it can be difficult figuring out what your lights will be in the first place. I'm going to do a type of shading, and if you do 3D, you'll understand what I'm saying. It's called ambient occlusion. It's basically finding out where the shadows sit normally. If you look at my face, for instance, I'll show you what ambient occlusion is in regards to my face. Okay, so look at my face, and I don't know if I can even see this on the screen. Okay, I'm just gonna point with my fingers. If you look at my face, there are automatically little bits of shadow right over here and right over here in basically any light. There's going to be some shadow at the side of my face. I have pretty defined cheekbones, so a little bit of shadow under my cheekbones. There's going to be obviously shadow in the nostrils. If you look at my hands, there's going to be shadows at the side of the fingers. There's going to be a little bit of shadow defining the edge between my ring and my finger. You can kind of see it just along the edge between my skin and the metal. A little bit of shadow right along the edges of the knuckles. So all over the place, tiny, tiny little bits of shadow that define the shape of a face that are still going to be there in almost any single light source. Also like the shadow that lies between the lips, all over the place. It's called ambient occlusion if you're making 3D maps. So let's just do the very base ambient occlusion shading that's going to be on him, and then it might be a little bit easier to do the highlights, and then we can fill in the main shadows that exist in the environment afterwards. Okay, gonna lock that. And I'm going to do this, should I do it piece by piece? Trying to figure out how to do this. Because usually when I draw, I don't explain my process to anybody, so it's a little bit weird talking through it like this. Hello, Bloodfang. Oh, we have somebody else in here. Kakawa? Koka? That's a cool name and I don't know how to pronounce it. Let's see. Also, the red highlight's gonna look amazing right about there. I kind of want to make the smudge as if he went like this, almost like he's waving, because then that means we'll get a blood smudge going over one of his eyes, which is something I wanted to do for a specific reason that Techno and I only know about, and now you guys know too, but you don't know my plans. So we'll talk about that in a hot second. Hello, Sickle. How are you doing? Okay. How will I do this? Okay, should I start with the body base? Ah, you can see his facial shape even when we took the turned that off. Krakatoa, except it's Taukakoa? Koka? I still don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm so sorry. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do piece by piece at the moment. So we're going to... Hey, what are you doing? We're going to do that, and this is going to be ambient occlusion. Just going to call it that. It's going to be on a multiply layer, since multiply generally darkens everything in an even fashion. We can drop the opacity later. I'm going to choose a decent brush. I haven't done this kind of shading in a while. It's funny doing this kind of shading, to be honest. You already have a little bit of shading in your line art, Techno, so I am going to alter your line art. Dun dun dun! I want to erase certain pieces of your line art because it already has shading in it, and if you add shading into your line art, then you have to incorporate that, and it can get a little bit messy later on, so I'm just going to take some of your shading out. It looks great as just a standalone line art piece, so that's not what I'm like trying to say is that your line art is crap. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying if you want to digitally paint something, unless you're doing something that has some line art in it, if you want to go full digital painting, you don't need to define certain edges with you don't need to define certain edges with your shading in your line art because you're going to be using your actual painting to do that. Unless it actually also depends on the style, because some people still do shade in their line art and it lays over, so it's really a stylistic thing. But for this sake, teaching just digital painting, I'm going to go straight up regular, straight up regular painting. Also, where is that dot? Where's the dot? There's the dot. I want to get rid of this dot. Be gone, dot. Okay, we're good. Lock that again. lock the line art, and jump to ambient occlusion. It's on multiply. I'm going to use the background color. Let's see how dark it gets. It gets really, really dark, so we just need to lighten it a lot. And that's too colorful for our purposes. It should end up being, yeah, that should be good for an ambient occlusion layer. Okay. So we're gonna start with the basic places where you'd get AO. And I'm going to find a different brush, hopefully. This brush isn't fond of me pressing lightly. It's like it almost doesn't have pressure sensitivity at all. Wait a moment. Do I have pressure sensitivity on? Okay, I do have pressure sensitivity, good. Actually, this isn't a bad brush. Let's use this brush. I'm gonna drop my opacity a little bit. Okay, that should be good. So we're talking about the corners of the mouth, right over there, the edge underneath the lip, the bottom of the lip right here, the corners of the teeth. There is going to be a little bit of ambient occlusion right underneath where the tongue is hitting the teeth. It's going to be along the top of the teeth right over here and in between them. That's actually a really good example of ambient occlusion where it sits. Teeth. Very, very many teeth. Okay, just like that. It's going to be in the nostrils. You're going to get a little bit under the eyes. We're going to get a little bit under the folds right in here. A little bit on the corner of the eyes. And you can already see these small, tiny pieces of shading are adding dimension to the face. But there's literally, that's just where ambient occlusion comes in. It's very useful for defining a facial shape. I'm going to put some in the ears. You do ears right. Whenever I do ears, I take shortcuts and I make them not quite human because I hate ears. I hate ears. They're difficult. Okay, a little bit under the nose. There's always going to be some along the top of the nostrils. Very lightly on the sides of the nose. I'm going to erase that a little bit. Here in the eyes, because those parts are really dark. I actually have 3D models, and I can show you what ambient occlusion maps look like on 3D models, since it's literally what I get paid to do. They're going to be on the inside of the gauges. And now, body-wise, we're also going to do it for the hair. Body-wise, there's going to be a small amount right in here, and maybe over here. I'm going to want to erase over that, though, because it's very large and very dark. There's going to be a little bit of ambient occlusion where the fabric meets the skin. Maybe a little bit along there, in this kind of hole where the collarbone goes, I guess. A little bit there, and a little bit there. And I'm going to drop the opacity even more. A little bit under the neck, connecting the chin. And that also helps us define the neck a little bit from the chin itself. Maybe a bit more under the nose. And in here, right there, and right there. A little bit on the inside of the cheek. Well, not the right there, wherever that is. So we have some of the facial shape defined. I'm doing this very softly because I'm a scaredy cat. I'm going to erase over this a tiny bit, just lightly, because I don't want it being too much, because that's what we're going to use our regular shadows to define. But right like that, we should be good. Okay. And by the way, ambient occlusion isn't something I always add in, but since this lighting is so ambiguous, we don't have a crazy direct light source outside of our colored lights, it's a little bit difficult to figure out where I want to put things. So there's going to be obvious darkness right over here. I'm going to start defining some of the hair, and I should probably use a different brush for this. Something that will taper. Are you good? You're not good, but I'm going to use you anyhow. Right over here. There's going to be some in here where the hair is all coming in and meeting, because that's a lot of shadow there. Kind of hard for light to get in. There's going to be some automatic occlusion. Wherever basically something lays over something else, you're going to get ambient occlusion. Wherever there's a crease where light has difficulty getting to. That, in its essence, is ambient occlusion. Actually, wait. Teaching moment. This. Whenever you see a 3D model that looks like this, that's ambient occlusion. This is regular rendering, that's ambient occlusion. You can see it's all the small shadows in between all the other areas. This is a regular model. Diffuse is the color itself. The color of the... You have two different things. You have albedo. Albedo is just the straight up color without any shadows. Diffuse sometimes can have a few shadows painted into it. Ambient occlusion are just the itty bitty shadows, and then if you combine that all together with the lighting, that's what you get. Yeah, so this is just the teeny shadows. That's all it is. And that's what we're replicating in this piece, because it has ambiguous lighting! Okay. Just little areas here and there. I'm trying to be as light as I can, but this brush does not treat me kindly. It's like the thing... Orange Watermelon, who has a different name in here, they're like something 92 in here, like Puppy 92 or something, has this program that I really want that only lets you paint with big strokes. And this is what I feel like right now. Okay, there's going to be occlusion right over here and right over here because the hair is laying over this guy's face. So that's an area of occlusion automatically. And over here, a little bit down there. Okay, and I'm going to stuff some in for the eyebrows. Hoink, hoink. Okay, so... that's our base, and I don't want to do it for the hand. I'll talk about why later. Now we can start adding shadows. Finally, we're shading. I technically should have done it for the shirt. This crease right over here will have some of it as well. Right along there, that shirt crease will have some ambient occlusion. But that's about it, because the shirt is a large flat thing. If it had like a knit texture, the knitting, like the tiny little areas, that would have some shading, and honestly, I don't want to hand render knitting. I am going to do the shading on the hand base right now, though. Like the actual shading. So let's unlock this layer. Let's pop down like that. And here's the thing, I'm imagining that it's kind of dark inside, but there's an ever so slight light source, maybe like, I don't know, an exit light way back or something. So I'm going to have a slight amount of light, almost like a greenish tone, where his hand presses in, but that's basically it. His hand's also covered in blood, so I don't really know how much lighting there's going to be. This is, honestly, I've never tried doing a picture where somebody's smearing something on a piece of glass right at you. This is literally my first time trying this, so if it ends up being shitty, completely on me and my inability to paint. Okay, I'm going to drop this to a darker color, and also the hand is going to be blurred after this, so it looks dark right now, but it's not going to be dark in the end. So I'm going to first do a pass over the entire hand. Should I do it that way? Okay, I'm going to choose a smaller brush size, and I'm not going to... There we go, because I want to get the effect that he is pressing his hand against something, but not quite yet. I'm going to blur this for the lighting. I'm basically going to take this layer, blur it, and then draw on top of it again. I'll get some lighting in there. And then at the end of it, we're going to blur all of the hand layers anyhow, so it doesn't even matter. Yoinkus! Okay. So let's take that, let's drop into filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Cheat. Give me more. Give me more! Not that much. Because I'm gonna keep adding small details and blurring it over and over again, so it doesn't even matter. Okay, it will get darker, that's good. So now we're going to add a little bit of darkness for each one of the creases of the hand. And I always say this, look, if you're having difficulty with a physical reference, look at your own body. You have an entire physical reference right in front of you, and if you have a smartphone, you have a camera, so you can take a picture of it, or just look at it straight up. So I'm going to look at my hand right now and see where all the shading points would be. I'm going to replicate it. Okay, we're gonna get some in there, and it goes along the sides like that. There's gonna be more shadow right about there. Not too much. And drop the opacity a little bit. There is a lot of stuff going on in the comments section, and I have not checked on it at all. Okay, the way the thumb comes off like that, you can see on my hand in here, there are some folds of skin that don't press against anything, so we're going to want to shade in those folds of skin. Like right there, and right there. It didn't come out as well as I wanted it to, but oh well. Don't always get what you want. Okay, a little bit of darkness there. And there, a little bit in between here where the hand pads would go. Neep, 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 neep. And now we're gonna blur it again. No, nah, that wouldn't be as dark. Filter. Let's do it again, baby. Gaussian blur, by the way, is a very typical blur. I know that there's probably a bunch of fancy blurs in there that were visible. Not that much. Maybe I should smudge it instead of blur it. Because this is no blur right there and has some tightness to it. I don't want that. Actually, I'm not going to blur it too much. Because we're going to be blurring the entire hand later anyhow. So it really wouldn't be worth it. I'm like poo right now. I'm like, think. I'm just thinking of the best way to do this, because usually I don't work with different focal points unless it's a very obviously different focal point. So honestly, Techno, you've given me a bit of a challenge. Just gonna add in some lines. Okay. And now is the final fuabadabada. I don't know what to call it. I'm not an English major, I'm just an author. Very different. Any English major is gonna be like, ah, at me. Okay. I'm going to, I think on a different layer actually, I'm going to add the area where his hand is pressing against the glass. So that's also going to be on a multiply layer. And do we have the correct darkness? I want it darker, which means just higher opacity. Okay, that's good. So just think about your hand, think about its shape, and imagine it pressing up against something. So there's going to be pressure points here, 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 here. It's going to wrap around to the outside of the hand, a little bit down. You're going to get this chunky base of the thumb, and you're going to get 1, 2, and then one little, not quite as much over here, but definitely on the tips. So right here, not as much here, and then a lot here. So that's kind of the pattern we're working with. A little bit here, it's going to thin out a tiny bit, and then it's going to get wider. Probably going to continue along this way, so I want to add that in. We can also erase. It's going to go like that. Big here, big here, big here, big here, blah, 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 blah. Down, 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 and maybe a little bit in there. Yeah, it's this entire area of the hand, so like that. And this is just a basic guide, so we don't have to worry about it until later. It looks really messy right now. It looks like he has dirty fingers. You can almost use this to show where he's pressing down on the glass. It's almost like he's pressing more over here and then less on his fingers right now. I kind of like that effect. Okay, so we're going to ignore the hand for now. Let's concentrate on the face. Let's do the base shading everywhere. And in this situation, since it's dark, we're going to inverse shade it. What does that mean? I'm going to throw a layer over the entire frickin' thing, and we're going to erase. It's like a negative, inverted, I don't know what to call it. Basically, we're going to shade by erasing instead of painting. Hababada-bada. Okay. Body base, hair base, ambient occlusion! Okay. So I'm going to do it separately for the body versus the hair. Hey! That's not nice. Why'd you do that? Ah! Okay, we're good. Again, I'm going to drop it to multiply. There's some people who just color on a straight color, and that's more difficult. Multiply is an easy way to control it. So yeah, we're going to use that. And I am just going to dump that color on him. That was too much color because it's at 100%. Let's dump less color on him. Dump the color on. And maybe a teeny bit more. That seems dark enough. Okay, so now I'm going to start erasing instead of highlighting. Choose a nice erasing brush. Dry round acrylic is one of my favorites. And let's zoom in a bit. So we know there are multiple different light sources on this guy right now. There's one coming from behind him. We're not going to pay attention to that one. There's this red one, which will be very important in a little bit. And then there's the slightly greenish one that's going to help define some of his facial features on the right. So keeping those three, or technically two light sources in mind, this green one's a little bit more important. So I'm going to take the eraser. And is this enough? Yeah, that's enough. Ever so lightly? Yeah, okay, it's allowing me to go teeny. Right about there. Right in there. A little bit on the side of the nose. A little bit for the side of the nostril. There's going to be a lot on the ear. There's going to be a little bit hitting the neck. Coming down right over here, because this is curved. This is quite curved.
You can see it. I have big, strong, curved muscles.
We're going to do a little bit hitting the shirt in this area. For illustrating clothing, just remember what the shape of the body is underneath of it. It's going to hit a little bit on his nose. A little bit on the bottom here. Get that out of the eye, a teeny bit. It's going to come through right there and there. A little bit on his forehead. But that should be about it for that particular lighting area. Maybe in here, a small amount on his lip, a small amount on his chin. Okay. So that's our first light source, and it's a dimmer light source than this. This is an extreme light source. Since this is going to be a very extreme light source, I'm imagining that the general light source is coming from the right, but this bright blood red is coming from the left. We can also switch this around and repaint it, so it doesn't really matter that much. This is interesting because I started this picture without a vision. That sounds funky. I started this picture without a vision. I started this picture not really knowing what I want out of it. So I'm honestly kind of fucking around. Let's see, what was I using? Soft round acrylic? Dry round acrylic? Yeah, I'm going to use that. I'm going to continue using that. Okay. So now I'm going to start doing a little bit more serious shading. Actually, you know what? This picture is treating me badly and I don't like it, so I'm going to go to highlights first because I'm being driven nuts. So right over here, I'm going to add a highlight layer for the face. And it's going to encompass almost all of the highlights all at once. The general versions of these highlights. I am going to drop it down, and I'm basically going to take this. I'm going to pump it a little bit warmer, just slightly warmer. And I'm going to go like that. And we're probably going to have to change what type it is. Yeah, this picture is giving me a bit of problems. I'm not thinking right. So there's going to be light hitting right over here. There's going to be light hitting right over here and over here. There's going to be some hitting right along there. The top of his hair will get some of it. I think that's something important if you're, if you're really good at something, not acting like you know everything all the time, because half the time when I'm doing a piece of art, I have no freaking idea what I'm doing. It's one of the funs of it. Okay, so looking at the shape of his face right over here, I'm going to start figuring out where this light will be hitting. There's obviously going to be a bright highlight coming this way. There's going to be some highlight going here and here, and rounding out. It's going to be brightest right about there, and you're going to get some of it on the side of the nose. It's going to die down as it gets to the chin. There's going to be a lot of it on the side of the neck. Again, brightest point and then dying down slightly. Take your pen pressure up. A little bit over there. Maybe a little bit on the Adam's apple. We're going to have some on the shoulder, which we can't really see, rolling over this way. Some coming down right over here along the side, but dying down again. So now we finally have, oh wait, the ears. This plane of the ear over here is pretty flat. There's going to be a lot of highlights right over there. And this is actually good because it's going to be next to a really dark hand. So it'll pop out nicely. There. Okay, I feel a lot more confident about this piece now. I was like, I don't know what to do with it. And now I feel like I know what to do with it. First things first, I'm going to darken the fuck out of that layer. This is way too bright. His base color actually also seems too... It's not gray enough. Remember, this guy's supposed to be gray-skinned. So we're going to take this. We are going to the party. I don't know. Yeah, that's his shading layer. So I'm going to... I have to increase the opacity technically, but the opacity is already big enough, so I'm just going to duplicate it. What's going on with your head? Why are you doing that, Jerry? There we go. So that's a copy of layer 2. I'm just going to drop it a little bit. It could just drop the darkness overall. And I actually want to deepen the color of the background as well. Image, adjustments, brightness, contrast, yeah, no, hue, saturation. I want to make it darker. I'm going to be doing something else with the background because this looks kind of stupid. Should I pump up the saturation? If I pump up the saturation, it'll make him look grayer. It'll also increase the color contrast against the red, which is a good thing. So yeah, I think I'll do that. Also make it a bit colder though. A little bit colder. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Still not gray enough. So we're going to adjust this and we're going to drop the saturation until he's a very gray boy. I actually don't want to drop the saturation of his shirt though, so I'm just going to select every part of him outside of the shirt. Okay, image, adjustments, hue and saturation. Ew. There we go. That's better. Now it looks gray. It looks gray. Okay, select and deselect. Let's do the same thing with the hand base. Image, adjustments, brightness and contrast. No, I touched the wrong... I actually went into the entirely wrong thing. Image, adjustments, hue and saturation. There we go. There. He's gray now. He's a gray boy. Hair and other bases. Everything else is supposed to be gray outside of his pink tongue. So let's get his hair more gray. Ooh. Okay. Green hair! Okay, let's yoinkus. Darkness. It still makes it look brown. It must be the overlay color that's making it brown. Maybe we should give it a blue tone. There. That seems a lot more grayish. Actually makes it seem more black somehow. It works though. That's what I want. Okay. He's looking a lot more like I want him to look now. What other parts can we funk with? What layer are the teeth on? I have mixed up my layers. Okay, teeth are on that, as long as the tongue. Okay, that's obnoxious. Oh, well that lost its way. Hey, get back in there. There we go, okay. I'm getting tired. I'm going to lower my desk. I'm gonna sit. I've been standing this entire time. Okay, desk. Downtime. Why are you going this low? This is so short. It's so tiny. Why are you this low? Get back up. Get higher. Are you good now? A little bit higher? Okay, this is good. E. Wow, my back cracked like crazy right there. Tilt the camera. If you're wondering what happened, my desk is on electronic lifts and I just made it go down. Okay, let's see what I can do with this. It's actually weird sitting after standing for so long. I feel disoriented. I'm almost out of coffee. Okay, so he's darker now. I'm going to start making him even darker. By, you guessed it, adding... Actually, we can merge these two down. Merge, please. Okay, it's at 100%. Let's just keep shading. We have one of our light sources now. I don't want to worry too much about the green light until later, so now I'm going to start adding darker lights now that I kind of know what the hell I'm doing. Bike. How dark does that make you? I want to take out all the color. Actually, no. I want to add color in to make him seem grayer. Yoinkus. I have no idea what's been going on in chat. Let me look at chat. Ooh, so many people! Deltarune came out 4 years ago? I thought it was more like 2 or 3. Whoosh! That's a lot of comments. Okay, so we know where the lighting's coming from now, which is very helpful because I was being an idiot before. Let's add deeper shadows. I want to add a shadow along the top of the nose. We need shadow, I believe that's called the filtrum in there. More under the nose itself. I'm going to arc this above here to give him a bit more of a smirk. Where's my blur tool? There it is. Smudge it away! Smudge away my incompetence. There we go. These dimples can be hard to draw because you can accidentally make somebody look really old without intending for it. So be careful with dimples. The eyes will be pretty dark. Underneath. And I like adding darkness right at the edge of the next highlight. There's a way to do this that's better. I might do it later. But essentially, you got a highlight here, and then you got a darker piece, and then the regular skin tone. It adds a lot more drama because it's higher contrast. There you go, buddy. Add a teeny bit of shading in here, raise it, getting my brush thinner and thinner as I do along the edges. Define this plane. Give him a little bit right there. And I'm going to generally darken this entire area down here. I also realized I added a little bit too light, a little bit too dark over there, so I'll fix that later. Okay. I'm going to add in some folds in the fabric right there and there. Not very high quality folds, but I digress. Shade, 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 shadow. A little bit more coming down that way. In there. Coming up that way. Not too much. A little bit under the Adam's apple. In that way. Yeah, I want to make this dark. I want to make this area pretty dark. Yeah, now it's starting to come together. Now it seems like there's a little bit of a light coming this way, and it's generally dark on his left side outside of a really bright light. So it's coming together, finally. I really needed to add the highlight in because I had no idea how he was supposed to feel without the highlight. I'm going to do something daring, and I'm going to just generally wash this side of his face in darkness. In fact, this entire side of his body. Get darker. Go darker. Okay. That means I'm going to treat this light coming from over here. It's a slight overhead, so we need a lot of darkness right under there. There's going to be a lot of darkness under his eye right there. And in there. Can we do anything to the lips? Yes, we can. Good. The lips will definitely have some shading on them. I forget what layer. This should be a layer that goes over everything. What are you doing down here? Oh, it's on the eye layer. Get over everything. That's better. Thank you so much. I'm going to zoom in a bit. Since that's where our light source is, I can confidently put a bit more heavy shading under the nose. And a little bit more definition right in here. You guys are talking about absolute food crimes. I can see it out of the corner of my eye, and I am disgusted. Hair is covering right there. Since our green light's coming in kind of this direction, I am carefully adding some defining light source, damn it, shadows. Whew. I'm feeling really weird. I'm sorry, my pillow's wearing off and I'm like, ugh, starting to lose a lot of energy that I had before. That'll be really dark there. There's a plane right about there. And we're going to put another plane of light right over there to define the shape of the philtrum a little bit more. Raise the light, darken it again right over here to define the lip shape. I don't know what his chin shape is, but I'm just going to do my general shading path right there, a little bit right over there, pulling upwards. He is being possessed by a demon, so I'm trying to give him a slightly gaunt feel. Okay, so now we have our base shading done, finally. Took long enough. We want to add a little shadow right over here since our green light source is a little bit high. Get his chin out of the shadow. Add that light right there. Hey, down there. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have his base facial shape defined. Hey, stop it. What are you doing? Eat my ass. Let me zoom! Thank you. Got angry at the program. Base facial shading. There we go. I just want to make him come to life. He needs more. Okay, we got the ambient occlusion. It actually makes a big difference turning it off. Good to know. What is layer 3? Layer 3 is literally nothing. What are you doing, layer 3? Who let you in this party? Okay. Well, I can delete it then if it has no use. Trying to decide what to do with the background right now, because I'd like to define the background a little bit more before I begin on other things. So keeping some of the lighting in mind, I'm going to start fine-tuning the background. I'm on 23%. Make it a little bit higher, make it a little bit rougher. Now, if we're going to talk about base color theory, or design theory, Western, not Eastern, because they're actually different. If we add vertical lines or a hint of something vertical in the background, very even spaced things don't occur in nature very often, or at all. So it gives the picture a sense of unease. We could add some sort of vertical elements in there, perfectly vertical elements. I'm not talking about like crystals and stuff. I'm talking about trees growing exactly the same difference from each other and being perfectly straight. Usually it doesn't happen, unless you're talking about bamboo. But again, Eastern versus Western. We don't have bamboo in America unless it's imported. So I'm trying to think of what background elements we can add right now to give it more of an oomph. Drive the creepy feeling, the creepy element. Ha! Put him in jail! What if it was like cop lights? This reminds me of a red, and then there's blue over here. It's like he's about to get taken by the police. We also have to do the blood smear. The blood smear will cover a few things. I'm going to darken the hand even more. Image, adjustments. Yeah, it feels better deeper. Also, since our line art is a slight blue tone, I'm going to take that tone away because we don't want that color in there at the moment. So let's disappear that tone. And Techno Dewdrop was originally going for a cartoon realism, so that means that we can add some more strong shapes and we don't have to soften edges as much. It's still a little bit more realistic, but it's still obviously a cartoon. That's what we're going for. Okay, a street, you say. What I'm going to do, I'm also going to put the line art into multiply mode. So it's still kind of dark, but I'm going to drop the opacity so we stop relying on the line arts quite so much. Just like that. Because if we take the line art away completely, it's a form that can define itself. It's not a clean form, like, look at the eyes, but it is a form that's defining itself at the moment, which is a great start. So I'm going to lock it, and we're going to go back to the background and try to make a scary street. There are two things you can do. You can either look up a reference image, or you can get actually, you can try drawing it by hand, which is, you know, possible. You can get a reference image, which will make it faster and more accurate, or you can honestly just get a stock image, pay for it, please don't pirate, and drop it in the background and blur it and add some effects to make it a little bit more coherent with your style. So what I'm doing right now is I'm looking for a reference image because I don't feel like coming up with this by myself because it's a demo and I know I could, but don't make me, please. I'm tired. My pillow's wearing off. I feel lightheaded. So we're just going to choose something a bit spooky that fits with our current lighting setup. And then I'm basically going to mimic it, then blur it. I kind of like this one. I'm going to use this as a base. Okay, so quickly, we're going to do a quick and dirty background here. I'm going to make the teaching layer disappear so it doesn't get in the way. We have a lot of vertical shapes, so I'm going to choose a chunky brush. If I have one. I should have one. That should work, okay. Why is it not showing up? Is this one of his... Oh, low opacity, that's why. Hey, hey, obey! Thank you. Actually, I don't like that. Never mind. We're doing something else. What shape are you? I have no idea what that is. Hey. Hey. Multiple squares? Oh, it's this brush. It's the brush that all the pros use. Okay, we're going to use the pro brush. I'm going to drop it pretty dark. Let's sample this color. It's almost black. That's too dark. Not saturated enough. Wow, this is a very finicky color. Okay, I guess that works. And that tone, except a lot more saturated. Okay, that works really well. You can hold the shift tool to make things straight. So I'm going to, hey, conceptually that's how it works. I'm going to start adding in building-ish. I'm looking at the reference picture right now. There's technically something coming this way. It would make sense if there was a street light way down there, but there's not really any way to show that. Another thing that you want to do is you're supposed to be feeling claustrophobic and kind of captured by this guy, right? So you want the edges a little bit dark, almost like you're being holden like this. So I want there to be something up here. Sorry, Techno, I'm going to, for a moment, get rid of your name up there. Definitely want something. Also, if you have angles pointing into him, perspective-wise, it's another thing that's going to make it feel like you're being holed in by this character. So we have straight coming here, pointed down this way. Oh, I can't erase, never mind. It's all in one layer. Perspective's coming that way, so I'll put that right there. Maybe some lamps way in the distance. Something that feels unnatural. So I'm going to shift, add those things way up there. Shift, add another one coming up from here. I'm going to generally color this in. And then we can add some highlights and do whatever we need. Let me lightly do this. I'm going to add some lines going in perspective, this way, small square, who knows what that is. This is going to be blurred anyhow, so it's not too big of a deal, but still. Like that. That was supposed to be the top of the building, so let me just get rid of it quickly. Maybe a few street lamps. Lots of these are really ambiguous shapes, and we don't need to define them too much because they're going to end up being blurred anyhow. Let's add some darker tones in there. I kind of want to make this look like a dark, cloudy sky. That's way too light if it's going to be nighttime. It's like evening. Who knows what he's doing at this time of night? What are you doing, buddy? Why are you being such a creep? Why are you out so late? Okay. Oi, 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 oi. Let's try that. It's a bit better of a tone. I want to put in a little bit more color because I really want it to ricochet off that red. Let's grab this color again. I'm going to push it all the way to black, which is something I usually don't do or recommend doing, but in this situation, I want to. Although what I am going to do is drop the opacity so I don't add in complete black. Not there. What about right there? That works. Make it come upwards. We want to darken this entire area a bit. Maybe not that much exactly. Darken here a little bit. Maybe right around there. Add some vertical elements. Lampposts. Who knows what those are? Now I'm going to do some mild highlights, something a bit more saturated, just to show off the edge of the building in certain areas. Not all of them, but just certain ones. Come on, you. Function for me! Okay, so this is what I'm going to keep our background as, and I'm just going to blur it. It looks vaguely city-like, it looks vaguely nighttime-ish, and then if we want to add extra elements, we can add them over top. Okay, blur, Gaussian blur. Maybe I want to... Nah, you know what? This is a demo. I don't need to make it beautiful. It feels ambiguous enough. It's kind of what I want. Kind of ambiguous, you don't know what's going on. Your focus really should be the character. Okay, so let's leave the background at that for the moment. It's dark enough, it has the color I want it to. Let's work on this now. Where was I before? Ah yes, base facial shading. Now I'm going to jump back to the facial shading. Or hands. What are you? That's the smoosh. It doesn't have... Okay, this is interesting because this has a bluish tone and this doesn't, so I'm going to quickly add that tone in. Let's pump up the saturation a bit. I just want to make sure that the shading tones are similar enough. I don't know why his skin is disappeared. That tone. Hand base, image, adjustments. We have a beautiful tool in here called Colorize. Yoink. Come on, it's blue now. There, now it's the same tone. Ta-da! Okay. I'm going to do a little bit more shading, make things a little bit darker, and then we're going to move to highlights, and then move to special effects. Fortunately, it's only been 2 hours, so this is 2 hours plus a lot of stupid talking, so I'm pretty pleased with that speed. Okay. Where's that brush I had before that worked so nicely? I think this is it. Okay. Boinkus. That's gonna be super dark. Yeah, that's very dark. High opacity, don't want. Push it that way. Drop it down. It's layering pretty nicely, so let's work with that. Okay. So now I want to jump back and think about those planes of the face. And I want to put that back up there. This is where this becomes a little bit important. I'm going to tone it down just so we don't have it glaring at us in the face. That's not what I want to tone down. This is what I want to tone down. Hey, hey. Okay, cool. There. Just so we can think about the facial lines and where a lot of these shadows will be lying, where a lot of the highlights will be sitting. There are also certain planes of the face that we could be working off of, and I want to accentuate those planes of the face right now to make it seem more 3D. Because right now we have the basic shadows in, we have the basic highlights in, but I really want to define and chisel his appearance. So let's do that. Yoinkus. Back to basic facial shading. I'm gonna make a new layer, just in case I fuck something up. And we're gonna put it on multiply again. That's what I was about to do. I forgot to save this. Miranda. Hey. Hey. Don't you dare crash on me. Art. Where's teaching? I think it's under work. I have no idea where it went. You know what, we're just gonna save it here. Okay, so I'm going to start focusing on very blatant shapes. I'm going to get a bit close into his face. He's staring at us. He's doing his demon thing. He wants a snack. There's going to be a strong facial shape right over here. I'm going to soften out the edges a little bit. We're going to have a strong shadow running right about here. There is a strong shadow that should run right about there. So it's different from person to person. What am I trying to do? I'm gonna work out the rest of the shadows first. Okay, right in there. A nice dark shadow right in there. We want a strong shadow coming in this direction. Not quite like that. I'm starting to be a bit too cartoony. Along the bottom of his eye. We're just imagining that that eye's in darkness, so. A little bit in here, because the eyeball is rounded. Push it out gently. Yeah, right about there. It looks like you have a strong jaw shape right there, so right about there. Looks a bit funky. It looks a bit funky, mate, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm going to gently erase certain areas just to make sure it's not too strong. There, that's a lot better. Maybe I should drop my brush opacity so it doesn't look ridiculous. There we go. Hello? Okay. I thought Photoshop froze on me and I was like, are you serious? Are you serious? I bought the fancy one even. Okay. So, since the lighting is coming from this direction, there's going to be more of a shadow on this side of the nose, and this side is going to be... Let's drop away the, for a moment. I'm going to drop away the highlights so it's easier to see his face. Yeah, this should all be in shadow. Since the light source is coming from the left, that's going to be like that, since the cheek is round. This is going to be entirely in shadow. Okay, never mind. I want my highlight. I want my strong brush back. This is going to be almost completely in shadow right there. A little bit of shading for the scar, but not too much so it doesn't seem ridiculous. I'm going to dampen my brush a bit so I can add that shadow in right there, along with this. This entire area should be in shade. Let's draw it again. Round this out. Let's add a stronger shadow right about there. A little bit more of a stronger shadow in there. And along the side of his nose, which incidentally will be covered by a highlight. But we want the highlight to have something really strong to sit on. So that's why I'm darkening all of these areas at once. This isn't a very smooth area. Oh, and his ear. His ear would also be basically entirely in shadow. This is a planed area. There's going to be some shadow in here. Let's shade the teeth. Like that. Shade the tongue a bit. Like that. There's going to be some shadow coming from the bottom of the tongue onto the lip. This is very messy shading. Ah. It's ugly shading. I'm not doing a very good job with it. Okay, since the eye is rounded, I feel like I should, like, ever so slightly blur this entire thing afterwards. I'm going to add a bit of rounded shading to the forehead and then lighten it as I go to the other side. Stronger under the hair, strong right over here. I want the... It's actually, we're gonna have arguing focal points due to the nature of this picture, like due to the nature of the lighting. So we're going to have to really decide what the focal points are later. Okay, and now add a bit sharper over there. I don't want to do too much to the nose right there. Don't want to do too much to the cheek. I do want to darken that area, and I definitely want to add a dark plane coming down right there, and especially under the jawline. I keep thinking I can't shade over the thumb, then I keep remembering it's on a separate layer. Okay, sharp shading right about there. A little bit of a sharper area right in there. Still want to do a little bit more with the brow. Darken it up. Okay, so we helped his facial shape, and I'm going to slightly blur it because I do not like how messy it looks. Stop it. Not a good computer. I mean, no, not a good program. I love my computer. I don't like my program. Okay, I'm going to add sharper lines right over here and here. Let me increase the contrast. And then we can do a bit of shading on the hair. I'm not very fond of hair, I'll be honest. I don't draw it very often. So I am going to openly be a little bit lazy with the hair. There's some people who render hair so beautifully, it's like, what the heck? Okay, and ever so darker moving on to lighter, and then darker moving on to lighter. Basically what I'm doing is I'm treating the hair as a ball right now, and shading it as such, like that. It's a lazy way to do it, but hey, it's a way. And darken up the edges. I'll just darken up everything over here. Yoink, yoink, his shoulder should technically be pretty dark. This is a rounded area between his shirt and coming up that way. And this should be rising into light. And that means this shouldn't be that light either. Hey, stop it. Stop it! Okay, and since this is going to be an area between light and dark, I want to add a little bit sharper shadow there, but that was too sharp. It's like a C. It's like C sharp. There. You give it kind of sketchy appearance. Okay, now I'm going to blur it a tiny bit, just so it doesn't look so messy. I'm like conflicted because I like how sharp it looks, but then I also don't like the messy rendering, so I think I'm going to go for a little bit soft, and then we can sharpen everything else up on the final layer. Okay, now we can put these back in, and now we can start using the green highlights, and now it's time to detail and add some nicer things. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to gently erase most of this, 50%. Where are you? That's the wrong layer. Yoinkus. There we go. There. Okay. I'm going to lock everything to make sure I just didn't do what I did. And we're going to go into base facial highlights, and I'm going to take off a lot of this red. And that's because I want to fine-tune it. I also want to do the green highlights as well. I'm gonna have a focus on 2 at once. So I'm going to take that. We could also just go over the entire thing as one highlight layer, and then I could color the highlight layer directly. That's another option. A little bit more of a pain in the ass though, so I'm not gonna do it. So I want to choose a kind of sickly green. I'm gonna actually take this brightness. I don't want it to go much higher than that. I'm going to go into the green zone that I want, and I'm just gonna slide it sideways and maybe raise it a little bit. And let's do a test patch here. I want it a little bit greener than that. Just a little bit, buddy. Just a little bit down. Kind of there, maybe a little bit lighter, a little bit grayer. Yeah, that's kind of where I wanted it. Keep the opacity down, and let's start adding in very, very gentle facial shapes. I'm also not going to do it on this layer. I decided we're going to start working over everything. Except for the, I need it to be over the hand. Actually, I need it to be under the hand, but over the line art, which is not very easy. There, we're gonna put it right there. There's going to be a major area right over there that's getting hit. I moved a little bit too much into there, so lighten it as it gets near the cheek. This is going to be a high point right over here. I'm going to do all the high points of reflection first. Block them in, and then I'm going to fill in everything else around it, gently and slowly. I'm going to get some on the teeth. Over here, on the tongue. Some on the chin. I want the highest point to be the cheek and the eye though. That's where I decided the focal point should be, is the cheek and the eye. There's going to be some in there. A little bit more on the chin. There's going to be some falling over here. A little bit on the neck. Collarbone. The front of the... God, what's it called? The trapezius. Maybe a tiny bit over there, but not too much. And then we're going to have some falling on the hair over there, over here, here. Kind of, yeah, a little bit here and there on the hair, but not too much. Fortunately, it's on another layer, so I can erase it, so I'm not too worried about that. This is supposed to be really subtle. There's going to be that bright highlight running right about there. So I'm keeping that in mind. Along the top of the lid. Okay, so first I'm going to do my soft shadows, and then I'm going to do some harder shadows. Did I say trapezoid instead of trapezius? Ugh. Whew, sorry, there's a certain stage when my Adderall starts kicking off, and I just get really exhausted, and I'm right about at that stage right now, so I'm gonna go quiet for a bit because it's taking me a lot of energy to talk. I am adding some direct shapes just for stylization reasons. It was basically looking too messy for my taste, so I'm going to clean up the mess and make it look more like a cartoon. It's the only way I can describe what I'm doing right now. Come back here, I need that tone. Okay, that looks way better. I'm glad I decided to go with that. I still need to do the hair. Let me do some of the neck shapes. I'm gonna softly erase around the edges of some of these. Gimme. Thank you. And I'm gonna make this edge, Gimme higher erase ability. Nah. Okay. There's actually an artist I know. They're really, really good. They're called Zero Polaris. Zero Polaris does a very, very similar rendering style to this. And I think I'm kind of being inspired by them. I went to school with them, like a art school, and I don't know what they're doing right now, but I was always stunned by their art. Yeah, I'm definitely borrowing from their art style. Okay, what do I do about the hair? Stop it. Wait, I wanna fangirl over Zero Polaris' stuff for a hot second. No, Zero. Z. Oh, they moved. Dang it. Okay. But their rendering style, look at this. It's gorgeous. I'm definitely taking from their rendering style. I'm kind of sad that they moved only to Twitter. Yeah, but I went to school with them and I just... Ah, boobies! Like, look at that. Look how beautiful their art is. God, I love their art. Ah, come back. I'm fangirling. I'm trying to find... They did this really great illustration of something during 2020. Here it is. I love their rendering style. I'm doing like halfway in between my rendering style and their rendering style, but it's still just... It's such a beautiful rendering style. These sharp angles here. Yeah, the very specific outlines in certain areas. They deserved so many more followers than they got. Like, look at that. That's so cool. Those little dark lines near the areas. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to slightly emulate this style. I mean, I already am, but I'm going to try it more. Because goddamn, they had such beautiful art. I should check up on them and see how they're doing. They had this really cool webtoon. Well, not even a webtoon. A comic going called The Ballad of Pluto. Just look at this. It's so, so beautiful. God, I loved their art style so much. So much. Yeah. I'm going to use this as a reference point for what I'm doing right now. Why'd you leave? Why'd you leave Instagram? Your stuff is so good. Techno, that is digital art, yes. They used, they were like a magician with canvases. It's the only way I can describe it. Thinking about how I'm not going to use those dark outlines they had, but I am going to do something else. I'm also going to be making a layer over everything, and this is a Miranda thing to do. I'm going to be making a layer over everything just so I can highlight and fix painting. It's something I do with a lot of my pieces. Instead of going back in to fix things, I will literally make a layer over everything else, and I'll just paint things correctly. So it's kind of combining, it's kind of a combination of techniques I use. I don't recommend it. I mean, it is kind of useful. I guess I do recommend it if you have the spine to try it. Okay, let me add in a few highlights. Let me make my brush thinner. Ah, and lower opacity. Yoish. I don't like that. Yeah, E. Okay. I've lost my art mojo. I feel so tired. I was doing a lot of waiting today. It's the only way I can describe it. I'm working in Unity right now with this big project for my boss, and there was just so much downloading and waiting today, and it felt frustrating because I was just sitting there, unable to do anything, just sitting and waiting and waiting. That's all today was for me. And it was surprisingly exhausting, just sitting. I was able to chat on Discord a lot. That was nice, because I was literally not doing anything aside from waiting for dozens of gigabytes of information to download so I could try troubleshooting something, but it was just like, oh my god. I'm supposed to be making 3D models right now for a game. Not right now, but like, my work should have been that, but the shaders aren't coming through properly and all this annoying stuff, so. Okay. Is that good enough for the hair for now? I feel like it's good enough for the hair for now. I don't want to do too much. And I'm also erasing a little bit, just a little bit, to make it feel like the light is hitting a round surface. So I don't like hair. I'm lazy, so I'm going to leave it like that. We're going to do what we did with the blue highlight now, and we're going to hit up the red side of the face. I am going to go back into our original base highlights, and I'm going to take my eraser and I'm going to sharpen them up a lot. There we go. So much better. Let's make it clean. I want clean highlights. It's my fault for doing things quickly and sloppily earlier. I also don't want any of them curving over too much. And this arc in the hair is going to throw a shadow over the other ones, so I can erase a little bit right there. Calico is asking, do you use Maya or Blender? I use Maya. I was trained in Maya in art school, and getting Maya LT isn't that expensive. Getting the full version of Maya is really expensive, and I used it for a while until something happened and I had to get rid of it. But I prefer using Autodesk Maya over Blender just because I was trained in it. That's about it. Both of them work really well. Blender is better than Maya LT, but Maya LT has better compatibility with other programs than Blender does in certain situations. And when I had to jump from full version of Maya to a new one, because basically I wasn't allowed to use the program anymore thanks to a very fascinating situation, I decided instead, because I still had work to do for my boss, so instead of jumping and learning an entire new program in the middle of a large project, I just decided to buy Maya LT, and you know, it's really not that expensive, so it didn't bother me. Okay, so I want to put the red in now. Let's do the red. I kind of want to sharpen the shadows. Now that I finally found out what style I want to use, I'm probably just going to go back in and make another shadow layer and shade it even more. Because I am that fucking finicky. Let's get some highlights. Okay, I'm going to put it on this layer. I'm going to pick up this red. Let's make it a brighter, more intense red. Oh, Techno asked what my pronouns are. I usually go she, they. I don't care too much about my pronouns, to be honest. I didn't feel too good when I cut my hair really short and people called me, Mr. So, but if they call me they, I'm fine. So, it's mostly just she, they. Yeah, that was an interesting experience. When I cut my hair really short, around Christmas time last year, actually, a little bit after Christmas, I cut my hair really, really short, meaning I shaved my entire frickin' head off. Not my head, my hair. I shaved all of my hair off, and it's funny because I have broad shoulders, and my face really isn't that feminine. What? My face isn't that feminine, and I had very short hair. And people would call me Mr. sometimes because I, wore the mask, broad shoulders, very short hair, and I was like, I didn't like it very much. Nah, I don't like that highlight there. It makes his chin look really, really round. That works a lot better. Ah, that's going to be a little bit too high for my intended use right here. Add that in. I don't like that either. I filled it in a little bit. Now that's too red and I'm starting to get... Hey! Stop it! Ah, I love Control-Z. What a marvelous thing to have. Losing that definition that I'm enjoying having so much. I'm probably going to pop up the opacity a little bit. There. A sharp triangle right there. Grab my trusty eraser tool. Add a few fun lines. I love the diagonal lines. They're so fun to do. That's better. It's more of what I'm going after. There would be a highlight running on the inside over here, but I'm not so sure how to put it in without it looking a bit ridiculous. I could just try. Yeah, that works. Hey, I did it. Okay, there's a plane of the face that runs like this. I wonder what it would look like if I added the red highlight in here. It looks right, but not as right as I need it to be. I need it to come down like that and maybe curve with the rest of the face. My know what I'm trying to do here. I know what this plane of the face is. There, that works. Ugh, thank you for being so finicky, Photoshop. Just want to hint at it, like an ever so slight hint. That's all I'm going for. It's the plane of the nose that comes this way. It's being finicky because I want to add it in, but it doesn't want me to add it in. There. I think that works right there. I can live with that. Calico's making, say, make the angle more sharp. Maybe like that. Oh, that actually works. Good catch. Let me erase it over here. There we go. That's better. And that means I can probably pump up the opacity a little bit. I'm being scared of my own highlights right now. It's funny because I tell other people don't be scared of your highlights, and then I get scared of my own highlights. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do some fun eraser lines. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just leave it. I don't know. There. Should run that way though. I'm going to erase this right there. I'm going to erase it right there. Okay. We're getting to some very finicky areas. I'm being a perfectionist. It's one of my biggest weaknesses as an artist. I love making things look perfect, and then I end up over or under rendering them, and they don't look as good as they could be because I didn't trust my gut with my original lines. Shoot, I messed that up. Okay, there's going to be some light hitting right about there that I want to keep in. Some along the eyebrow. The eyebrow. And then we have the ear. A little bit more, but then it's going to disappear in there, so I'm going to add a brighter line, and it's going to disappear inwards. I'm going to rim the inside of the gauge. Should there be some on the outside of the lip? I think it's hiding too much. What about right there? No, that makes his face pop up. You know, it could be in there. It could ever so gently exist right there. Yeah, that called for a little bit more gentle shading. Higher opacity. I do want it to glint off the teeth a teeny bit. Especially because that one's supposed to be a sharp tooth. Just like on the side of the tongue. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that feels good now. Hey, leave me alone. I hate it when it does that. Okay. So we have a good face at the moment. I'm going to do at the very end of this, I'll do a ridiculously high quality, not high quality, but I'll do a pass of some sort just for extra shadows. But now I want to handle the hand. Before we do anything else, I want to handle the hand, because we've done basically nothing to the hand so far. Hand base, hand shading, layer 1. So the hand should have some of the same lighting that we see over here, and I just haven't addressed it whatsoever. So let me put some of the shading that exists on the rest of the body along the edge of the hand. I grabbed the wrong highlight color there, because it will see that. Hey, higher opacity, please. We will be seeing this red highlight run along the edge of the fingers. Just like that. Not quite as much on the thumb, maybe a teeny bit, but it's kind of out of our scope. It'll be on the underside right here a little bit, where the, it's actually a, what's it called? I forget exactly what it's called, but it's not supposed to be there. Prehensile? Yeah, that's what it is. A little bit of highlights over here. Again, just along the very edges. We can actually run it in a tiny bit over here. Like that. Helps us define the hand shape a small amount. I'm going to shape the fingers a teeny bit. Shape it. Shape. Shape. Shape, shape, shape. And I'm going to erase. And then we want to add a very soft green highlight right over there. And now we can finally do that blur that we've been looking forward to, because the hand has the highlight it wants now. Now, the funky thing is we're going to have to blur everything all at once. So I'm going to collapse the layers. And save. Save before I do it, in case it looks awful, then we can just open the old one. Okay. Hello, Saramis! Okay, so what I'm gonna do is hopefully collapse this in a way that doesn't look awful. Merge down. Please don't... Okay, good, it didn't lose anything. And merge down. So now everything is right there on the hand. I'm also going to... I don't know if I want to erase the line art, but we'll have to soften the line art in that one particular area. Let's go Image, Adjustments. I want to do... Nope, nope, nope. Filter. We're going to do Gaussian Blur because it's basically the easiest blur. What if we did Motion Blur and Gaussian Blur? Because he's going like that, but it's a lot more, it's a lot cooler if he does it slowly. Hey. Okay, this is what I was kind of afraid of. I'm going to make the line art disappear while we do this blur because the line art's defining the edges too much. Or I could just erase the line art right now. Let's do that. Or should I blur the line art? I think I'm going to blur the line art first, then we can blur the background. Okay. Ah! Okay, that's better. I was like, what did I do? Okay, filter, blur. I don't know if it's Gaussian blur or Gaussian blur. Hey, blur more. Blur more! Because we want it kind of there, but not too strongly. That looks like it's fine. Okay. Now we can go to the hand base and do the blurring we need to blur. Do the blurring we need to blur. Wow. Goodbye, pill. Okay. That seems like enough. Maybe a little bit down. Right about there. 11.1 to like 10. I like it right there. Okay, that looks good. Cool. We are Gucci on that. I'm wondering if I should add the background blue or not. We can add the background rim light and see how it looks. But this actually might be enough. This might just be enough. It might be. It also might not be. Don't know. Okay, one thing I want to do though before we do anything else is add the blood smear. I've been looking forward to this blood smear way too much. So I'm going to draw the general outline of the blood smear, and I'm going to make it in red, and it's going to be very saturated. Ah, za 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 za. Za 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 da 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 da. Obviously I was in choir at one point in my life. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna... should I? Nah. Decisions. And I have lost. Okay. Blood! Where go? Okay. There we go. I like how the thing we're supposed to be doing this week is frickin' apple cider, and this is gonna be my post for apple cider. Okay, I'm gonna... Where is the thing? Rough small spatter actually might be a good... it's okay. We're gonna be blurring it anyhow, so... I'm gonna first come with a general outline. He's already smeared his original handprint. So, there's blood over here. His finger isn't pressing right there, so there's going to be a trail line from here and from here, and from here and from here, and and from over here, and from the thumb. So that's where the trail line is going to come from. I'm going to make a nice curve going like this. Maybe more like this. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then this one would have come from right over here. This one would have come right along here. This, come on. This arcs from that direction. It's gonna get thicker over here. Thicker, and then it kind of gets dry. Is that the best way to put it? Okay, thick. You go bleh, like he went splat. Split! And then went over. I'm gonna refine this in a second. It started off like this. So I'm going to make it trail like that, as if he ran out of blood to smear. I'm imagining there used to be some on the pinky, so I'm going to do like that. Yeah, it started with the pinky, and then there would have been other ones right over here. I'm just trying to find a shape at the moment. This is not final at all. And I'm using a brighter color for a very specific reason. Literally just for visibility. Okay. This other finger would have come up over there. The thumb would have been way further over then. It's gonna get a little bit lighter over here because he runs out of blood. It's like, it's as if I took his handprint and went and then smeared it upwards. That's kind of what I'm trying to go for. It's just being a pain in the ass. Splat, 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 splat. Drag, get teeny. Drag, get teeny. Drag, get teeny. Drag, get teeny. Not that teeny. Drag, get smaller. Okay. So now I know where they come from, so I'm going to tidy this thing up so it doesn't look ridiculous. Let's see if I... Oh no! I was painting from the bottom and I forgot all these. Okay. So... I'm going to put this to 100% opacity and just figure out some of these weird splatter patterns. Splatterns. Probably gonna have some drippage. It's not gonna... Rivulets run more like that though, so... That means that that's gonna get smeared as well. Whenever I draw something, I find myself, like, completely imagining exactly why it's doing something and how it's doing it. It's actually one of the best things about being an artist. It's kind of your job to look at the world and replicate it. Find out why it works a certain way and replicate the way it works. It's my favorite thing about being an artist. It's why, even though as weird as Da Vinci was, it's why I look up to him so much, because he really took that idea to an extreme. The idea of, this is how the world works. Why? Let me try replicating it. Da Vinci was awesome. Just really weird. Yeah, this is going to be blurred as well, so I'm not too worried about some of these shapes. Just want to show that a lot of the blood is still on his hands, quite literally. Okay, I think that's good enough for now. Oh, Bloodfang is asking why weird. Da Vinci dug up bodies when he wasn't supposed to and ran away with them, for lack of a better way of saying it. Just to cut them open and dissect them to learn about the body. So it's because back then he wasn't allowed to. So it was both a visionary scientific thing to do, but it was also like, you're stealing people's bodies and taking them apart to find out how they work. A little bit interesting, buddy. But on the other hand, if he hadn't done it, then we wouldn't have a lot of the modern anatomical science we do. So it's a double-edged sword, some of the stuff he did. I still look up to him a lot. Also, he was who I learned from. when I was a kid, my father gave me a book of his illustrations, and that's where I learned how to draw from. I literally got handed a book of Da Vinci stuff and said, yeah, and kind of just looked at it and I was like, wow, this guy's really, really good. And my dad was like, yup. And that's where I started drawing from when I was a kid. Okay, let's add some glisten to this blood. Let's go realism. I think I was 8 years old when my dad gave me that book. Literally the only reason I'm adding this glisten is to give it dimension. And you can see it's already doing that in spades. Don't ever underestimate the ability for a tiny, tiny highlight to completely change the feel of your picture, because it will. I'm also wondering if I should have done this a little bit later, because I'm going to have to put a filter over this to make it look a very certain way, because it's in focus, but his hand is out of focus. Maybe I should have done the highlights afterwards. I'm a sucker for highlights, what can I say? Okay. Stop it. Okay, let's see what will make this look the best. There is a very specific effect I'm going for right now. I don't know if I can get to it. It's kind of like pin light. Yeah, let's go with pin light. I'm gonna do the highlights afterwards though. Brush. Are we still in alpha lock? Now we are. Brush. Hello? Photoshop? Can you hear me? My hotkeys aren't working. Let's drop back to that deep red that I had before. If it's a little bit off, it doesn't matter too much. Actually, never mind, it matters a lot. Just trying to get some of the dimension back. Did I go even darker with it? I think I did. Yeah, there we go. We'll add the highlights afterwards. Give me all of my blood back. I want all of it back. Don't deny me my blood. Give it back. We'll talk about highlights later. Hey, thank you. I think I'll do a blood version and a non-blood version, because the regular version looks so nice that I kind of want to not ruin it. Let's go blur it a little bit. Gaussian blur. Gimme. 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 Oh, that's why. Duh. It's in this mode. You cannot blur it if it's in that mode. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Thank you. I know blood isn't see-through, but I don't want to destroy the picture by making it not see-through. Like, I still want you to be able to see the character. Techno is asking, what kind of effects can you add to make it look like a window of glass? I honestly don't know. Specs? We might be able to do some specs. A reflection on the inside? That's also possible. I actually don't know. I'm kind of clueless. Okay, while that's happening, I'm gonna make the blood disappear, and I'm going to do my giant layer on top of everything. Fixing everything on one later, because apparently I can't spell layer. Okay. So I shouldn't touch the fingers, but everything else, this is my fix. This is what I like doing when I don't know what else to do. E. Where is my favorite brush that I use for everything? There we go. So I'm going to add some highlights, I'm going to add lines. This is basically the final layer to fix up all the problems that I didn't address before. For instance, eyes. I kind of want to make them feel like black holes, getting very dark as they go to the interior. Add a bit more shading right there. Very daring of me to go 100%. Unintentional. Round out the nostrils a bit, because they lost their definition with the gray. Trying to decide how much I should actually use pure black in this situation. Usually you're not supposed to use pure black. Like, almost any professional artist will say, "Don't shade with pure black, it's a demon." But, I don't know, do what you want. I'm gonna add some texture lines here and there. Kinda wanna run this up a little bit more nicely. I'm going to start grabbing shading colors and going at it. This is everything on one layer. That's all I'm doing. Kind of like what I said I would. I want to grab a darker tone and add a line right there because I'm trying to replicate somebody else's style to a small degree. What color should I grab next and screw with? Right in there. Round that out a little bit more. I want to grab this color and I want to get a green version of it, and I want to outline the edges. Stop it! I want to outline the edges of certain colors with it. And I was talking earlier about the depth of skin tone and what colors skin tone can be, and this is why. This skin tone doesn't have any color to it, so I'm kind of inventing color using the light source. See how adding that itty bitty just piece of green in there, ever so slightly, woke up the picture? Another thing you can do is go completely opposite and grab a complementary color. The complementary to that green is going to be somewhere in this orange range. So if I don't know, hey, give me my actual color. Switch! If I added like a shot of yellow of that orange in there, it suddenly wakes up the entire picture and it draws your eye to that area. You want to use this sparingly because I could start adding these orange tones everywhere. It is a very specific way to stylize it. I'm going to very sparingly use this orange color. Hey, gimme. I'm also going to darken it and saturate it just slightly and drop it a little bit closer to red. Yeah, right in there. I'm just reading some comments. Would diagonal highlights work? They would. Mark Burnett, okay. Calico's saying, I don't know why, but I kind of feel like the left eye, which is the character's right, should have a small bit of blue-green in the right side where the green is coming from. Yes, it should. I just haven't gotten there yet. So you called it out, Mr. Mrs. I don't know. They. Vases? 13-year-old. You're right. Gonna add small pops of color here and there. This is actually a trick I learned from my professor. Again, this is something to do extremely sparingly. You can absolutely overdo this. So I don't want to overdo it. I want to grab this green and use that green for other places. Like right there, along that, right there. That looks great right in there. I'll add that green to the, I'll add the green to the inside, right in there. Almost like a jewel-like quality. Right there, coming downwards, right there. Actually, not on that one. This is very much me just playing with tones and shades, because it's fun. Here, along the bottom. I'm gonna fill in this entire highlight as that. I'm gonna add some over here. Definitely along the top coming down. Coming this way. I don't like how I did that. I still don't like it when I extend it under the nose too much. Okay, I think that's good right there. A lot could be done with the hair, but oh, actually no, it's really nice when you take that and outline the edges. Let's do that and make it seem slightly neater than it actually is. I'm gonna add like little dips and bops in certain areas. Okay. I'm going to take a colder-ish bright blue. I'm going to add that into the edge. But I'm also going to take that blue and I'm going to add it as the background to the red. So I'm going to put in this as a blue highlight and then we're going to do the red over it. And it's going to make it pop a lot more. I'm going to go back to this green though for a moment and I'm going to choose a brighter version of it. And we're going to put that in there, like that. I'm going to actually take this, erase a teeny bit, not that much, a little bit around the bottom edge, there. Sharp corner of his jaw, the left or the right? There we go. That's what I was going for. I wanted brighter highlights. Maybe not that bright, though. Because that's how bright the eye is, and the eye should be the brightest area at the moment. So if I grab that, pop it up just slightly higher. That's better. And I think I'm bold enough to go high opacity at the moment. Put a line right there. Yeah, I like that shape. That works right there. Alright. You mean like over here? Wait, are you guys talking about that area? Okay, let me see if I can do something in there then. I don't want to make it too high. That's the thing. What I'm generally doing is I'm keeping this area right in here the focus, and then it kind of fades as it goes downwards. So I'm kind of a little bit worried about pushing this area too high. I'll try. I need to erase a bit of this coming in this direction and erase it around there to shape it a little bit more before I do that. Planes of the face, I don't know if they would allow for something that strong right in there. It looks silly. It's like a Windows symbol. Take that and erase and let it allow it to pop out a bit. Come sideways. Sharpen it off a bit. I think it works. We forgot to do the blue background highlights. Wait! I'm gonna do this on a separate layer in case it looks really dumb. Because the... Could be overdoing it. I just want to try to see what happens when I add this highlight. Well, it's actually a rim light. It's not a highlight. It should be brighter than that. Brighter, higher opacity. Ah, I can't put any of it over there. It's kind of like directly behind him, but I feel like it's adding too many other dimensions to the picture. It would be great if I could use it in this area, but I can't really. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too much. Great if I could, like, put it along the edges here, but there's really no room for it. I'll turn it off for now, and maybe if there's room at the end, because it is 9:21, this would have been a 4-hour stream. Maybe if there's room for it at the end, we can try it again. Okay, speaking of the background. I'm just trying something, because if I wanna sell that highlight and make it work, I'm going to have to really push it in a certain direction. Oh, there we go. Do I want to try blurring that? Do I want to increase the opacity maybe? I love the texture that happened. Hey, let me zoom. Photoshop, please work for me right now. Thank you. I love the color and texture that happened here. I'm not so sure I want to blur it. I love that texture so much. Blur it so much it disappears. Kinda does need to disappear though for what I'm going for. Oh well. Okay, duplicate. Much better. Where's that other highlight I had? There we go. Hey, stop it. There we go. Wait, what does add look like? Push it more into the blue range. A, thank you. First I'm gonna do the super bright. I need higher opacity. Nah, it wouldn't be falling into that area of the gauge. It'd be along the very outline of it though. Oh no, yeah, that highlight shouldn't be there. I was trying to continue the highlight down the neck and I forgot to erase it. That's why that's there. I don't even know if the moonlight highlight should be along that side of the neck. The sad thing about, I can't really put the moonlight highlight anywhere over here because the thumb is covering the neck and that makes me sad. I'm trying to find any single place where we could add that highlight to a higher degree, and it's really hard to find them on this side of the body. Outside of like inside of the gauge. Maybe on the back side of this hair piece. It would be a little bit thinner on the top of the ear. I overdid that. Where is my round brush? General brushes? Soft round, that'll work. Lower the opacity. Do my favorite part. Ah, it's not doing it nicely. You bungus. Oh, that's because my brush is in multiply mode. Well, I feel like an idiot. It's still not working the way I want it to. What if we did double add? Just certain areas I want to sweep ever so lightly. Like in here, for instance, and give it more highlight than it should have. Because it's fun, and I like that effect. Just like kind of weird glowy effect. Especially in here. Light that shit up. I'm kind of fucking around at this point. Picture's 93% done. It needs very few more details to be well-rounded, and I'm like, let's do stupid shit. Stupid shit has been done. Okay, I need to jump back to the layer that actually matters, e.g. his face. Okay. Let's go back to the fix everything layer so I can blah around and satisfy my OCD, essentially. Okay, so this is where I want to start popping in really fun colors. I want to make this brighter. I want to make it a little bit more orangey. And I just want to futz around with it. So I'm going to do exactly that. Futz. 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 There we go. The reason I want to put those orange pieces in is because we have these turquoise blue tones in the background. I also wanted to add the highlight in here. And that's why I put the blue right over there. Am I on add? I'm on linear dodge again. No wonder it looks funky. I don't want it being that bright.
Why would you do this to me? Why? I demand an answer.
There we go, that's better. Because if you put the complementary to a color behind that actual color, it will make it pop a lot brighter. And I will be getting to a brighter highlight right there, so don't worry about that. You guys in the comments sometimes remind me of those people who will be over your shoulder and be like, oh, what are you drawing? And you'll show them and they're like, where's the other eye? I haven't drawn it yet! Have you ever had an experience like that? Because I've had it quite a few times and it drives me crazy. People will be like, what are you drawing? Oh, I'm going to tell you my opinion on what you're drawing. That wasn't meant as a burn. You guys are fine. I love you. There. That's closer to the color I'm trying for. Oh, it's over this as well. I did not realize that. Go back to your home. It'd almost help if I like put red in there, I feel like, to bring more attention. I don't want to completely do it. I like that line there, but I didn't like how I applied it. Hey, undo. There we go. It's really irritating that this exists right over there, meaning on top of it. Yeah, it's going over the finger because this is the fix everything layer, which means it lays on top of everything. Go away! Get off the finger! You don't belong there! Oh, I forgot I was streaming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I forgot I was drawing. Not drawing, I forgot I was streaming. I just went quiet for like half an hour or something, didn't I? I'm sorry. I feel like an idiot now. I got really wrapped up in what I was doing. For those of you who don't have ADHD, that's called hyperfocusing. Oh god. You know what made me realize that I was streaming is because my camera lights up blue, and I looked up and I was like, wait, why is my camera blue? Oh my god, I'm live streaming. Whoops. Okay then. Oh. Blood. I realized the picture doesn't have a focal point. We don't have a focal point for the picture. It's driving me nuts right now. The rendering looks super cool. It's nice, but it doesn't have a focal point. And there's something I wanted to do with the blood, but I really want to leave it till the end of the stream. Yeah, wow, my pill wore off so much. I haven't hyper-focused in weeks. Not like that, at least. Especially not on a live stream. Holy crap, my mans. Okay, so what I want to do, since the picture generally looks good, it needs some adjustments, though. And this is where, well, frankly, this is where Photoshop is really great. I'm going to delete the teaching layer. I'm going to delete the facial lines layer because we don't need it anymore. We're going to do an adjustment layer over everything. Okay, layer 3 doesn't have anything yet. We're going to do an adjustment layer over literally everything. Adjust the brightness, the contrast, things like that. And if I still don't like it, there are other tricks up my sleeve that I know how to use. So, the way you do this is you select everything, if you're using Photoshop at least, and you put it into a group. What I want to do is I want to do an adjustment layer, and first I'm going to work with levels. Levels are fun because it basically lets you control the lightness and darkness in a very controlled way, a lot more than brightness and contrast. Why won't you let me choose the black point? Now you're just being a butt. Usually what you do is you choose the black point. Oh, here we go. The black point is the darkest point in the picture, so that will be his pupils. The white point over here, that's the brightest point in the picture, and that looks like it's this highlight in this eyeball right there. And it'll automatically make adjustments. Very, very tiny adjustments. And now I can pull it up a tiny bit and push it down ever so slightly. There. And I'm going to screw with the center point a little bit. I don't know if I want it darker or brighter, but I definitely want to push it a little bit more in either direction. Just a teeny bit. Right there is where I want it. Okay, so that one's done. I'm going to work with the hue and saturation a little bit, and maybe the color balance. This is what happens. Okay, this is actually a good test to do. You want to put it all the way in black and white and see if it's still readable. One thing I'm noticing is that the hand is still pretty bright. We could make the hand darker if we wanted to. but if the image is readable in black and white like this, then you know it's okay to have color in it. You want to look for a good amount of range of values. Values? I forget. Black and white. So we do have all the way down to black, and we do have really bright tones, and we do have a great range of in between. So it's really nice that the picture is reading like this. That's a very good sign. And I don't think I want to adjust it too much in here. It looks nice. Maybe like that. What happens when we make it a completely different color? Oh, that looks so cool. No, I do this to myself every goddamn time. I screw with the hue slider and I find out it looks really, really awesome in so many different colors, and I just get very frustrated. Techno, this is what I was talking about with it being a cold green light versus a red highlight. This is what I wanted to do originally. You decided to go the different direction with the red highlight, but this is kind of what I was originally imagining for the lighting setup, was something that looks a lot more like this. I really like that. Shit. I think it pops a lot better than the red does. I don't know if Techno's still around. If they're not around, maybe I can change the hue slider. Ha. Push it a bit more. Oh god, the turquoise looks even better! Shice! Yeah, this is where we were originally, right in here. God, all of these look so cool! Ah, the blue's not that good. Yet right in there looks so, so wicked. And it's interesting because usually a red background isn't what you want. I want to... This is your picture. You know, this is kind of why I want to do this, is because if we put the red over it, it'll pop a lot more, which is kind of why I was aiming it in this direction before. Something like that, right about there. We're just gonna have to recolor his shirt. Okay, there. You came back into chat. Right over here seems... Right... Oh god, that green looks so wicked. What happens if we drop it like this? Yeah, right about... Yeah, right about there. I mean, he is a demon. Demon boy. Demon man! We're not... Okay, Techno, we're not worried as much about the red about the blood contrasting with the red background. I'm more worried about driving a focal point, because now our focal point is over here. For some reason, when we're on right over here, this is all a bit too bright, and red is a slower, lower wavelength of light, which means that it doesn't pop quite as much as other ones. This still looks really cool, but the red doesn't pop as much as the other colors do, because it's a darker light, if that makes any sense. All this blue here really pops because it's a faster wavelength, it's a brighter light, which is why when we drop it over here, it pops a bit more, because the red is a more muted, slower light tone, and then this blue is a lot brighter and faster. It affords a lot more contrast. And it also drives the focal point in here. We lose some of the funky stuff we did in here. We can always change it later. I'm wondering if there's a way to get that effect by using color balance. Let's go to highlights. I just want to push tones in certain directions. Actually, I'm going to start with midtones. Midtones are easier to work with. Yeah, that works better than making everything this kind of a teal color. Pushing it right about here actually helps the red pop more. Because if we want the red to pop, we have to work with it. Ooh, that looks even better, having the blue next to the red. Yeah, once we go green, it seems too green toned. Let's go right there. Let's do shadows. Whoa. Okay. Ah. Fucking with shadows can be hard, especially if it's already a really dark picture. So I think I'm gonna leave shadows mostly alone. Highlights. Oh, it's like you're dying. It's like wasted. What if I can just delete this? Delete these adjustments. I think it looks good enough without the adjustments, honestly. I mean, the blue's cool. The blue does make the red pop more. Here's the thing. If we add the red blood over it, the red is already our focal point. So if we add even more red, it's going to be all over the place, and it's going to kind of take the specialness and the effect of this red away, which is why I'm like, if we have a red background and a green highlight, then the green highlight will still pop intensely, so we'll still have the effect of the highlight. We'll have a more driven focal point, and then the blood will be an extra effect, an extra bit of red, but it won't detract from the highlight itself, which is kind of why I was like, whoa, with the other one. Gotta get rid of that. We don't need this. Hey, go away. Color balance. Delete yourself. It really made almost no difference. No, I said go away. E. Well, actually made a bit of a difference. I'm gonna... let me. Gimme! Gimme! No, go away. Ah! Scary. There we go. Okay. So we can always, here's the magical thing about this. We can always change it back later. Hue sliders are extremely reversible. So I'm going to put it right about there with the turquoise highlight. Let me jump in and change his shirt back to the color it's supposed to be. Yeah, turquoise like that would work great. Now we have to dig back into here, find the base colors. Let me take care of this. We're losing some of the cool effects that we got earlier, but this actually makes his skin feel grayer, which is to our advantage. Okay. Edge adjustments, hue saturation. There we go. If we make the green too green, it's going to become the focal point because our background's red now, so I really want to tone that down a bit. It looks like a zombie. There. Those are base highlights. I don't want to screw with that. There are the major highlights. I'm going to go in and adjust hue and saturation for these. No, color balance, that's what I meant. Color balance. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. Drive it down a bit. Oh, look at that. We're working with primary colors. Slightly primary. Come on, make it work. Make it work. Yeah, he's turned into primary colors. There. That's better. Which means now we have to go to... Where did I put those crazy bright highlights? Fix everything on one layer is where I put them. I could screw this up a lot if I do this wrong. Okay, let's try. Just look at the highlights. There's too much contrast in that blue now. It looked great before, but... I need those to be redder. Since we did the color adjustment, this over here didn't come through very well. It should be a brighter orange compared to everything, but it just looks poopy now. So let me... So that's what it looks like now. Let me grab this color. Let me turn this back on. And let me darken and saturate this color a bit. No, that didn't work the way I thought it would. No. Why aren't you working the way I think you're going to? Oh, because I'm using the add brush. Is somebody running away with my car? Leave my car alone. That's better. Okay. Of course, if you use the add brush, it's going to make anything look ridiculous. Why are you acting like this? What color will I have to go to make it look right? There we go. Found it. Thank frickin' God. Why am I painting with my mouse? There we go. Nope, nope, no you don't. There. No, I actually want to keep the shininess in there. Now, where did that blue come from? Looks like it came from here. I'm going to tone the blue down a little bit. Or maybe, how do I make it turquoise? If blue is turning turquoise, then orange is going to turn blue. Yeah, okay. So darken it. Maybe a bit more yellow. No, that's the exact same color now. More towards green then. That's too bright. Should just erase it. Easier solution. There we go. Yeah, some of that blue was coming through way too strongly. And it looks nice in there, but not nice enough that I want to keep it, so I'm just taking a little bit of it out. Wait, why is this... Wait, Bloodfang, why is the stream cold? Oh, his tongue is green now. I was not expecting that problem. Body base, or will it be in here? It's in here, okay. Wait, am I missing something? I'm really confused. I obviously missed something. Oh, that thing. The thing my sister says all the time. Oh, okay. Okay, okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was very confused. Oh, great. Now that caused a problem as well. Okay, is it this one? No, it's not that layer. Where's the layer? Where's the layer? Where's the layer? That's the layer. Select the layer. Okay. Whoop. Okay. Image adjustments, hue and saturation. Yes, thank you very much. And make it pink. There we go. Make it darker. Okay. Okay, that works. Okay, so now we have a completely different feeling than we did before. And the base is done, so now we can use the blood. The blood! Okay. This is why I did it. This is why I wanted the blood to be on this layer. Actually, I'm going to darken that hand, or increase the contrast at least. Where'd hand go? There's hand. Okay, image, adjustments. Because now, even though there's blood, the highlight is still his left eye. The focal point is now the left side of his face and his left eye. I was bugging before because we were lacking a focal point. There was too many lights coming from too many different directions, and now by adjusting the color, it's been solved, which is kind of why I wanted to in the first place. Let's adjust the levels. Levels always work. E. There, because we want the hand to be darker, but we don't want to lose the contrast. So this is a great way to do that. Yeah, that reads so much more nicely from a distance than what we had before. Okay, cool. It's like he has a blood moon behind him or something. Wait, why did you spit tea again? Calico, you need to control your mouth. Spitting tea everywhere. What bad manners. Ugh. Okay, so I had an idea for the blood, and I want to execute that idea. So first of all, I'm going to duplicate this layer. It's going to make it not necessarily darker. We need a more opaque layer now. There we go. That's better. So I'm going to use linear burn. And linear burn is what's causing that effect. So I'm going to erase a little bit of it. Hey, E means erase, biatch. Okay, I'm going to erase it a little bit just so we can get a red edge in certain areas. There, that looks way more realistic. I was like, we need the blood to have more realism. It looks too red. Yeah, just like that didn't look good, but that looks great. Okay. Any final things I want to do to this overall? There was something I wanted to do to it. What was it? I'm gonna be like poo again. Think, think, think. Okay. Highlights on the edges of the blood is one. So I kind of want to maybe just a base-ish highlight. Brush, I need the soft round brush. Opacity 35 should be good for what I need it for. That's way too big and it's way too low opacity. Opacity! Ah! Here's the question, will it be normal? Maybe a bit bigger than that. Ah! Jesus, it scared me. What should the blending be? Ooh, screen looks great. That looks good too. It also looks good. Damn it, I can't decide which one I want to use. I think I'll use screen, but I'll drop the opacity a little bit. Like that. I just want to give a little bit of definition to it. And as for how to make it look like glass, I have no idea. Okay. I mean, it's not bad for 4 hours. That's blood copy. Why is blood copy underlined? What's layer 3? What does that do? It doesn't do anything, and I remember why. Okay, so here's where I start playing around, and some people call it cheating because I'm using my tools, but I want to boost this area even more. So I'm going to get a very large soft brush. Everything's on normal, which is good. Oh my god, that's crazy looking. It also needs to go under the hand, so I guess I can't do it over here. Oh, and it's going to change that as well. I do want to delete layer 3, and we're going to run into some difficulty, so let's have fun with that. What I want to do is I basically... Okay, so I should put it on red, is what I'm remembering. It'll go over the hair, it'll go under the hand. So right over here, I need to choose something in the red tones, I believe, if I want it to come out as blue. So we're going to lower the opacity a lot. Yeah, that works. Okay. I'm basically just coloring it nicely. Is that going to be more turquoise? Nope, that's driving it more towards the blue tone. What about here? Yes! Okay. So we're going to be adding in some highlights. That's basically all it is. To drive the idea that this light over here is really bright. And I'm gonna play with the saturation and everything in a hot second. Okay, so we did that. Let's see what modes work the best for it. There's always stuff like screen, but I need something that'll lay only on the bright areas. I like how hard light is treating it. Erase, 14% is good. Hey, pay attention to, no. There we go. 54%, that's way too high. Okay. Now I'm just gonna gently erase in the areas that we don't need it to be in. Hello, are you erasing a tool? There. Pull up from there. Good, and now darken. Basically do the exact same thing, but for darkness. Although I'm going to use the overlay tool instead. Eh? I don't think anything's happening. That's because I'm in the eraser mode. Makes sense. I don't know if I want to use that. Maybe more towards green. The problem right now is I'm working inverse. Yeah, there we go. That's a better tone. I'm working kind of. It makes or actually that takes away from the his gray skin, so I don't want to do that. I just want to use gray. I basically want to darken the areas where we don't want the focal point to be. That's kind of all I'm doing at the moment. Just making sure that some of the edges are a little bit darker so that we allow the other areas we need to live. I don't know how to describe that in a better way. I'm controlling the picture and making it refined. That's what I'm doing. Same thing, there should be a little bit more dark over here under this floof of hair. Okay, so the base is done. We're gonna have 3 different versions. We're going to have the non-blood version, which honestly I want to boost now, but I'm not going to. Hey, unlock. I want to choose a different font for that. That font looks stupid. It was only in the moment. There's something creepier in here than that. Nothing is creepier than Comic Sans. Okay. Equestrial sample. I dare call myself a graphic designer when I can't. Okay, this is also a bunch of new shit that I've never seen before. I'll be absolutely honest. Typography has never been my forte. Let's just use that. Okay. Typography. Ugh. I love typography, but I'm not good at it. Line art. Techno Dewdrop. too small. 14. A lucky number. Okay, 14. Let's switch it up to something that doesn't pop quite as much. Hey, don't you dare fall off my table. Okay. Shrink it up in the corner so it doesn't... I'm basically just putting this on here to make sure that if somebody wants to find either of us, they can. Overlay's way too weak. Let's do... No, there's another one that looked really good. There. Let's drop the opacity. There we go. Okay, that looks good for now. Okay, so I'm going to export this as the first one. Quick export as PNG. You know, I can shift all this into other areas. Jack! No blood. Save. Okay, and we have to have the blood version. You know, I don't like that highlight there. I'm gonna keep the highlight out. I also actually want to erase a little bit more around the eye so his eye is more defined. That's not the right place to erase. It's on this layer. Yeah, I want this to be visible. Maybe a little bit of his smirk. Some important parts of the face that should not be disappeared by the darker blood, and those are definitely part of it. Because then we're losing some of his expression. I don't want to lose his expression. Okay, file, export, quick export, Jack, blood, there. And then there's one more thing I wanted to do. Which I don't even know if I told, I don't even think I told, I didn't tell you about this techno. There's something I really wanted to try with this, so I'm going to do it. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. So you're just going to have to sit back and watch. It's a bit of an experiment, if I will be honest. I just had this idea sitting in my head this entire stream, and I was wondering if I could execute it, so I want to try it. First of all, is this eye looking at you? It is. Should drop this eye down. Because you said he was a demon. And you're in a situation where you're being chased by this guy and there's some blood. That's kind of what I was imagining. Like, as he swipes the blood past, you see the actual, like, demon eye or something. That's kind of what was in my mind, and I just didn't know how to execute it. You want to smooch him? Let's see if... Oh, that's terrifying! Oh, the ad! Oh, oh, that's spooky. Let's see what we can get away with here. Normal. I have no idea what the other one was for. Ew! Oh, that's almost as bad. It's not quite as stark, but that's also really freaky. The color burn. Color burn's really, really freaky. His eye isn't looking directly at you. I just realized that. What about all these other ones? E. Oh, that one's really creepy. The hard mix. Yeah, Yeah, some of these are just plain unsettling. Kind of like the hard mix. Let me at least make the eye go the correct direction. Okay, is everything on that layer? Yeah. Control T. There, now he's looking at you. It's a little bit too big. That looks better. It was slightly too big for what it was before. Eee, that looks so cool. Yeah, the blood smear is revealing the fact that you're about to die. Marvelous. Yeah, if you make it blue, he would be Sans. I kind of like when... God, these are really cool too. There's a bunch of... Ugh, God, that one. Ugh. Yeah. God, half of these are horrible. I kind of like the way Lighten looks instead of normal, because it incorporates that highlight from below. Screen does the same thing, but I like the way Lighten does it a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'll keep it on normal. Well, on Lighten. What happens when I screw with the colors? Adjustments, hue saturation, there we go. Ooh, that's freaky. Oh, the green looks cool. It becomes the focal point really quickly, but it still looks cool. Creepy. Even more creepy. Even more creepy! It's very creepy! Okay, where are layers? Not layers. Levels. Yeah, this is a bit too bright. I like it more right in there. Could make a... Ooh, there, it's Sans now. If we keep it there, darken it a bit, push the highlights brighter, push the darks darker. There we go. Yeah, it popped a bit too much before. That's better. I like that. Okay. That was what I wanted to do with it from the very beginning. Okay. Export. Quick export. Demon Eye. Okay. Somebody asked way, way long ago what the heck this picture has to do with apple cider. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe he saw you that you had apple cider and you didn't share it with him, and so he chased you down and killed the person who was in front of you to get to you, but you hid in a tea shop. And so that's the blood of the person he killed to get to you, but now you're in a tea shop, and so he's like, I'm gonna get apple cider. That's the story now. The blood was secretly apple cider. Good night, Pony. Not Pony, I'm sorry. Good night, Orange. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Never done anything like this, but I kind of like it. Let me save the final image. Well, not the final image. Okay, one thing I really like doing, it's kind of a guilty pleasure of mine, is screwing around with layers. I put these in work, didn't I? They really shouldn't have gone into work. Oh wait, they're all over here. Regular blood. I'm gonna look at no blood first. Because once you're in here, you can go to the filter gallery. I'm almost ready to go to sleep, so this is just me screwing around. Oh, colored pencil always looks horrible. What about cutout? I love cutout. Cutout is my favorite filter. Simpler edges. How about really simple edges? You know the drawing is done when we start playing with filters. Five? That looks cool. I like number 5. His name is actually Apple Cider. Ooh, dry brush looks really cool. I love dry brush. Film grain never does anything good. What about fresco? Fresco looks horrible. Neon glow does nothing. Paint daubs isn't bad. I like paint daubs. Palette knife isn't bad. Stroke size, let's lower it. I kind of like that filter a lot. Plastic wrap, my favorite. Actually, if you want to make a piece look like stained glass, you can use the plastic wrap filter. That's what I did for ink. That's what I did for Ink's picture. Just lower the edge thickness. I always feel like this has like potential, like the poster edges has potential, and then it just doesn't do things quite right. Rough pastels, that looks nice. Smudge stick, it blows it out too much. Underpainting, it never does anything except make it blurry and... that looks cool. Shadow intensity, let's drop the shadow intensity. I really like watercolor. Watercolor looks really nice. Artistic, what about brush strokes? That's not bad. You know, Photoshop has this new thing called neural filters, and I never quite get them to work, but I really want them to work eventually. I really want to try neural filters on this one, but they never work for me. Sketch! Oh, that looks really cool. E? I like that one. That one's awesome. Let's straight up, nah. Nah. Come on. You can do it. I'm gonna drop it all the way down now. That one looks really neat. I like that one. That one's really cool. What graphic pen? Ah, that's spooky. We're also using vibrating boundaries right now. Wait. Image balance. Image balance it. Image balance it. That looks like a murderer. I mean, he kind of is killing you. Reticulation, stamp, torn edges. He's like, hi. Water paper looks really neat. Wait, let's turn him into jeans. There, he's been printed on jeans. What about mosaic? Nah. Patchwork. How big can we get it? Well, you can't really get it as big as we used to be able to. Stained glass. Horrifying. Okay. You can still tell it's a person. Okay, I'm done playing. Wait. We wanted to try neural filters and see if they actually work this time. Please work. I'm signed in. You should work, shouldn't you? Okay. Crossing our fingers that this will actually work. Ew, it identified the face. It identified the face. Are you actually gonna work? Are you gonna work? It's not doing anything again. We've temporarily disabled this filter because of an error. Ugh. You buttface. Oh, can we try this? It's not available. What about skin smoothing? What about JPEG art? What about style transfer? Can I... The filter is not available? Yeah. These have so much potential to look super duper cool and do a lot of things, but Photoshop, for some reason the neural filters haven't been working and it makes me sad. I want them to work so badly. I also want to do something silly. Give me a second. Blur? Please. Please do this. Ah! It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. He looks like a meme now. Wait a moment. We need to try the, we need to go to the one with the demon eye. Blur. Wait, where is it? Filter. Blur. You don't have perspective blur? I swear it should be radial blur. Okay, his eyeball is right about there. Zoom, there we go. Do it! We want more. Give us more! Okay. Filter, blur, radial blur, zoom. A lot. Make it a lot. Yoink! It's not from the correct place. Where is it going to? It's going to his corner of his eye. We need to do it so it's right in the center of his face. I'm being difficult. Right about there. Maybe a little bit less? Yes, it worked! Helicopter. Okay. Oh, wait. Let me look at the comments. 420 is asking, do you think next week you could help me with setting up a commission reference sheet? I don't know how to do them. Yeah, sure. We don't even need to wait till next week. Just ping me whenever you need me. I kind of want to save this. Export it, actually. Jack zoom. Okay. He's like, huh? Yeah, that's cool. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave it there because it's late and I only ate breakfast today and I need to eat something. Okay, thank you, Techno, for letting me draw your guy. I don't know which one I should be putting in here. Oh wow, there's a lot of stuff in here. Let's look at some of them. Some of these look really cool. Wait, okay, I want to show some of the old ones off. Maybe some other people will post. So Sky High did this character, and it looked really sweet. We'll go into more detail once everything happens next week. Kunai Girl did this. Hard cider, apple drinking. That's fun. I like that. Oh god, Calico drew this. Don't quite know how to respond to it, but you know what? It's done really well. What? Oh, okay. Orange corrected the spelling. This is funny. A really dark blue. Oh, that's really funny. Oh no, Anton, poor. Okay, ink. This render, the stylization here is amazing. This looks awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh, and she wrote something dramatic. He stumbles through the dimly lit autumn forest. He's blind to his destination and to the path that carries him. All he can see is the wind chill racking his bones. Shivering, he unconsciously clutches his shawl and drags his mug closer to him. The only warmth he can muster is the steam emitting from the hot cider. Everything else left him long ago, after he lost something very precious. It's like Anton's like, my life sucks, but I have apple cider. God, I love these swirly lines and the line consistency. And the bright, oh god, this colors look so nice. This is a good picture. This is a very good picture, ink. This is what Orange Watermelon drew. God, the rendering is amazing. I want to be able to draw like this. I want to be able to draw like this so bad. It looks so nice. Dang. Dang, it looks so good. Oh, why is orange so good? I want to draw like this. God damn. Every time I see oranges work, it makes me want to work harder to be able to be as good as they are. Damn. Nice. Okay. Okay, I think I am going to log off at that. Oh man, they do such good work. Holy crap. It's so soft and the lines have such dedicatedness to them. Dang, that's good looking. Okay. So, look at that and then that. Okay, so thank you everybody for watching. We will do this again next week on Friday at 7 o'clock instead of 6. But yeah, we're going to do this next week. Thank you for watching. Thank you for everybody who drew something. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys again. And I'm going to go get something to eat and go to sleep. See you guys later.